ako kayo eh.
Bigyan natin si Jess. Hoy, bigyan natin si
Ito sa Buanga City ako mag-swab. Labi-labihan po ngayon.
Session is called to order. It is with great sorrow hearing the passing of the former President Benigno Simeon Aquino III. And the Speaker and the leader of the Bangsamoro government had ordered the half-masting of the Philippine flag and the Bangsamoro flag. And on behalf of our leaders, we join the entire Republic in mourning the passing away of another leader. We pray to Allah to make it easy for his family, relatives, and friends. We call on Sheikh Muhammad Pak to lead us in the invocation, and we request that we include in our prayer the peaceful repose of the former president.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Amma ba'd. Allahumma inna zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana lanakunanna min khasirin. ربنا إننا سمعنا منادي ينادي للإيمان أن آمنوا ربنا فاغفر لنا إنك أنت الغفور الرحيم. آمين. اللهم لا تدع لنا ذنبا في هذا المقام إلا غفرته ولا مريضا إلا شفيته ولا حاجة من حوائجنا في هذه الحياة إلا أعنتنا على قضاء يا رب العالمين. اللهم إنا نسألك من كل خير ما سألك منه نبيك وحبيبك محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ونستغفرك من كل شر ما استعاذك من حبيبك ونبيك محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. اللهم انصر إخوان المجاهدين في فلسطين. اللهم انصر إخوان المجاهدين في أفغانستان. اللهم انصر إخوان المسلمين الفلسطينيين وانصرهم على أعدائهم. اللهم دمر الكفرة والإسرائيليين. اللهم اجعلهم وأموالهم وذخائرهم وأسلحتهم وسوارهم غنيمة المسلمين يا رب العالمين. ربنا افرغ علينا صبرا وثبت أقدامنا وانصرنا على القوم الكافرين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and the Bangsamoro hymn.
Mga kababayan, ang bansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, kaya basta sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng bagaw, ay ginagang tula, kawin sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na naghihinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pamay di maghihinig. Luma ng araw ng walhagit pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya na pagkay magami, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. Simula noon hanggang ngayon, isa ang naging layon. Magkaisa at magbuklod, karitingan ay marugdod. Tumayo tayo mula sa hamon ng nakaraan, niyamos ang panganib na umanlang. Pinangako sa puso at paniniwala, ang ginhawa para sa kabataan. Bangsamoro ay tagumpay, bunga ng pawis, sugo at buhay. Kapayapaan, katarungan,
determine the existence of a quorum.
The Honorable Abbas Ahmad, Abbas Harold,
Present.
Abbas Nurkan, Abbas Basit Sari, Abu Mujib, Adiong Jawar Rahman Alonto, Ahang Abdullah,
Present.
Alamia Liza,
Present.
Alauddin Faiz, Ali Ibrahim, Ali Lanang Jr., Ali Edi Mapag,
Present.
Alil Cesar,
Present.
Amulot,
Present.
Ampatuan Baintan, Anayati, Asmawil Muslimat, Balindong Ali Pangalian, Bara Haminuddin,
Present.
Basman Anna Tarhata,
Present.
Bato Muhammad Jainuddin,
Present.
Burahan Abraham,
Present.
Kandao Bay Maleha,
Present.
Nandamun Latif Maysara, Kianla Musa, Dipatuan Saprula, Ibrahim Aho, Ismail Haji Abdulaziz, Gayak Abdullah, Gera Edward, Asim Abdullah, Hasan Atulil, Iqbal Muhager, Ismail Rasul,
Present.
Jajuri Raisa,
Present.
Jakilan Muslimin,
Present.
Karon Bainon, Lidasan Mussolini, Loong Don Mustafa, Lorena Jose Ribani,
Present.
Makako Abdurauf, Makapaar Abdullah, Makaraya Jamel, Makasalong Marjani, Manguda Dato Kadafe, Mantawil Malik, Mastura Dato Tukaw, Mastura City Syara, Mawali Lamil Far, Bitimbang Dato Midpantaw, Mitmug Rasul,
Present. Present po.
Mujahid Abdul Muhmin,
Present.
Mundias Rosel, Oranon Soib,
Present.
Pagasa Mubayda,
Present.
Pak Abdul Wahab, Mangandaman Nabila,
Present.
Amos Jamila,
Present.
Rimbanga, Edrisa Nasir, Dakar Madayaw, Salendag Said, Sali Al-Said, Saliga Romeo, Salik Ali, Sangki Ali, Sani Uma, Tatar Al-Sad,
Present.
Sema Omar Yasser, Sema Romeo, Sheikh Said, Silonga Naida, Sulaiman Ali, Tago Maisali,
Present.
Tan Nabil,
Present.
Uja Sahi, Ulama Melanio.
Present and is represented by Filino Samar, Executive Assistant.
Hindi pwede.
Usman Asfar. Jacob Mohammed. U.A.K. Narciso.
Bismillah wa bihi nasta'in. Sir Speaker, on the basis of the roll call, out of the 79 members of the BTA Parliament, 22 physically responded to the call and 34 MPs responded via Zoom. Mr. Speaker, we have a total of 56 attendees, both physical and virtual. We therefore certify, Mr. Speaker, that there is presence of quorum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General has certified the existence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader, please proceed with the order of business.
Speaker. Before we proceed, Mr. Speaker, may I move to amend the order of business to include proposed resolution number 459. This proposed resolution is related to the demise of the former President Corazon Aquino, so that we can discuss this matter together with the other resolutions, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to amend the order of business. Any second? It's been seconded. There being no objection, the same is here. The order of business is hereby adopted.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Deputy Speaker Attorney Omar Sema, members of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, visitors, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We are now on item number 6, Mr. Speaker. The Secretariat informed me that the journal number 42 has not yet been completed. We are undertaking the pages and the contents of this journal number 42. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move to dispense with the approval of the minutes of the previous meetings, journal number 52, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to dispense with the reading of the previous journal and for the approval of the same. Is there any second? There being no objection, the reading of the previous journal.
My motion is to dispense with the approval, Mr. Speaker.
Dispense with the approval.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to dispense with the reading of the with the reading of the previous journal and the approval of the same.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any second? There being no objection, the same is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, we are now proceed on item number 7. We are on resolutions. May we request the Secretary General read the first proposed resolution, Mr. Speaker?
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the first proposed resolution, including the name of the author and co-authors.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. On the first proposed resolution is resolution number 450, entitled A Resolution Directing the Ministry of Finance, Budget and Management to apprise the Bangsamoro Parliament on the implementations of the Supreme Court decision in the Mandanas case within the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. Authored the Honorables MP Amir Bahar Mawalil, MP Liza Masud Alamia, MP Baintan Adil Ampatuan, MP Rasul Mitmug Jr., MP Don Mustafa Loong. Co-authored by the Honorables MP Suharto Ambuludtu, MP Rasul Ismail, MP Abraham Burahan, MP Siti Sahara Mastura. Mr. Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to refer this to the Committee on Finance, Budget and Management, Mr. Speaker.
It's a motion to refer. Is that an objection?
Not necessarily, Mr. Speaker. Just a manifestation because I have also separate resolution. But it directs the it is requesting the Department of Budget and Management, not the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker, because I believe that this particular matter should be the DBM should enlighten us on this, not our.
Is it included in the order of business?
Not yet.
Mr. Speaker, actually, we filed the same resolution in the same day, but however, I don't know why our resolution is not included.
If it is not included in the business, we cannot
Yeah, but
tackle it
just a
today.
manifestation, Mr. Speaker.
The
that we have to
manifestation
say.
is duly
Mr.
noted.
Speaker, thank you.
MP Maysara Damdam Latif, the lady from Tugaya is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to move this proposed resolution number 450 to the order of business for the day so that it will be taken up as a simple resolution, considering that, Mr. Speaker, this is merely a ministerial duty on the part of the MFBM to apprise the Parliament on what is the impact of the Mandanas case to the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. And in fact, we would like to know its impact so that the Parliament will be knowledgeable on this matter, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
And
May
may
we
I co-author
recognize
also?
MP Zia Lopez.
The Deputy Speaker
Thank you,
Zia
just,
Rahman Alonto is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the body so decides that this will be treated as simple resolution, how sure are we that the Ministry of Budget and Finance are ready to appraise the Parliament? I believe the Minister of Budget and Finance is not around. And if we allow, Mr. Speaker, the treatment of this resolution, a simple resolution, should we then allow the Deputy Minister of Finance, because I heard he responded to the roll call, MP Pacasum, to address this Parliament via Zoom? That's my questions that I would like this Parliament to contemplate on.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Who is the one?
MP Mr. Speaker. Alamia.
The Minority Floor Leader is recognized, followed by who's the other one?
Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy Minority Floor Leader. We recognize first the Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. I think we should be, this is just a manifestation, Mr. Speaker, on how we take into consideration resolutions in the Parliament. The resolution calls for the appraisal by the MFBM to the Parliament on the Mandanas ruling and its implications. It does not say that the MFBM will immediately appraise the Parliament the moment that we approve the resolution. It is a manifestation, a request, and as stated by MP Maysara Latif, it is ministerial also. And we know that the MFBM won't be able to report immediately on this. And so if we approve the resolution, if we transfer this to the business of the day and we approve the resolution, the MFBM will be given time, as well as later on if DBM needs to apprise the Parliament with the implications of the Mandanas ruling, they may do so also at a later time. So approval of the resolution does not mean that the MFBM will immediately report on what has been requested of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize also the Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Ambuludto.
Mr. Speaker, then I'd like to be recognized manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the Minority Floor Leader has already succinctly put it that we don't have to require the ministry to immediately respond. What would be the action if we, Mr. Speaker, assuming that we approve it, we will simply be directing it to prepare and then report to the to the Parliament in the time, some date and time as the Parliament would see fit. So we would simply have to consider muna the resolution. The action to be taken if it is placed under the order of business would be simply to consider the resolution. Once approved, then the sense of the Parliament would then have to be communicated to the Parliament. They don't to the ministry. They don't have to report and provide us the update immediately after the favorable action on the proposed resolution. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Speaker,
The manifestation duly noted. The deputy
Speaker.
is recognized.
Mr. Speaker,
For a while, Deputy Minister Lorena, we will recognize you later. We will hear from the Deputy Speaker first.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is precisely the inquiry of this representation. Because by treatment on procedural matters, if we treat this as simple resolution, it would automatically be included in the order of business. No longer has to pass through the committee level, meaning the plenary would have to discuss and decide whether to adopt to ask the MFBM to appraise this parliament. But it's a matter of time naman, and also explained by the minority leader. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I posted that question for the contemplation of this parliament. We can refer this, treat this as a simple resolution, and then later on defer this and allow the MFBM to be ready and appraise the parliament, because all of us should also deserve a answer, and to give justice to the resolution, we should also allow the MFBM to prepare their data and then come up with the presentation and then answer all the pertaining questions from this parliament, Mr. Speaker. So I am not in objection. I'm just asking that question, and I thank the minority leader for elucidating this parliament.
May I clarify? Can we tackle something that has not yet reached us as a communication received to the parliament? I think we need a communication received by the parliament before we can even tackle the Mandanas ruling.
Mr. Speaker, this is in
Mr.
relation
Speaker,
to
just to inform the August
Speaker.
Yes, just to inform the August body, Mr. Speaker, the Mandanas ruling, Mr. Speaker, has been the subject of the discussion of the intergovernmental relations mechanism, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, they are creating a TWG on this particular matter, Mr. Speaker. If we discuss this, Mr. Speaker, my fear, Mr. Speaker, is we are preempting the result of the discussion between the intergovernmental mechanisms by the Bangsamoro government and the national government, Mr. Speaker.
The manifestation of the majority floor leader is noted, and that we will recognize the Deputy Minister, Jose Lorena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join the manifestation of the majority leader, considering that even the Department of Management, Budget and Management does not come out with the ruling on how the Mandanas ruling will be implemented with the national government. Let us remember that this pertains to the allocation, a share of the local government units, which was not clearly accepted even by the Senate, because there are deductions from national revenue which may not be captured by the Mandanas ruling. And therefore, to come out with a report at this early would be, to me, premature. Because I think, if I recall it correctly, in one deliberation in the Senate, Senator Dillon even asked for a clarificatory answer from the Supreme Court by asking for a petition to clarify on matters, especially governing which has been legislated deductions from collection of tax of the Bureau of Customs, like in import duties. These are not yet defined. And to come out with the report and ask the Ministry of Finance to report with the national government has not yet decided on how it will treat the Mandanas ruling would be, to me, would be pushing the cart before the horse. And I do believe that there is a need for a further study. So I am not opposed. I'm not opposing the resolution. I'm just saying that we should come out with a resolution. It should give ample time from the not only the Ministry of Finance but the intergovernmental relations to come out with certain decisions, so that when we are appraised, it will be the legally accepted version of the implementation of the Mandanas ruling. In fact, there is supposed to be a forum on the implication of the Mandanas ruling today
Mr.
at 10
Speaker.
o'clock, but I did not attend.
1 minute
because
suspension.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's just a manifestation.
because I have attended several webinar and events that discuss this particular ruling, Mr. Speaker. And there are, from my part, there are confusion on whether some programs of the national will still be downloaded to the Barm government. So whether we decide to tackle this as a simple resolution, it's okay. Or if we decide to refer this to the Committee on Finance, Budget and Management, it's okay for me. But for as long as we initiate the discussion on this topic, Mr. Speaker, that is more important to me. We have to have a discourse on this because ayaw nating pagsisihan na may mga programs na mawawala sa atin, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Recognize the majority floor leader. We have dealt.
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
we have given so much time on this
after discussion
issue already.
with the fellow MPs with this, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my motion, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to amend my motion, Mr. Speaker. I move to defer consideration of this proposed resolution, Mr. Speaker, and so that we can discuss this together with the resolution with the DBM to apprise with the Mandanas case, in discussion of these two resolutions in next regular session of the BTA Parliament, Mr. Speaker. So I move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to defer consideration of proposed resolution number 450. It has been seconded. There being no objection, the same is hereby deferred. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may we proceed, the Secretary General, may we request the Secretary General to read the next proposed resolution.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the next proposed resolution, including the name of the author and co-authors.
Proposed resolution number 452, Mr. Speaker, is entitled Resolution Expressing the deepest gratitude and unequivocal support of the Bangsamoro Parliament to Senate Bill number 2081 and House Bill number 8249, both declaring February 1 of every year as National Hijab Day and promoting an understanding of the Muslim tradition of wearing hijab. Authored by the Honorable MP Bainon Kikaron, co-authors the Honorables MP Susana Salvador Anayatin, MP Siti Sahara Mastura, MP Jamila Disiman Ramos, MP Dandamon Latif, MP by Maleha Kandao, MP Muhammad Yaqub, MP Mujib Abu, MP Aida Silungan, and MP Attorney Omar Yasser Sema. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to treat this as a simple resolution and be transferred for the business of the day.
There's a motion to treat solution and be transferred to the business for the day. Is there any second? There being no objection, proposed resolution number 452 is transferred to the business for the day. Georgia Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we request the Secretary General to read the next proposed resolution.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the next proposed resolution, including the name of the author and co-authors.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the next proposed resolution is proposed resolution number 453, entitled a resolution urging the Ministry of Transportation and Communication to formulate and recommend regional policies and guidelines relative to the operations of roll-on, roll-off RoRo vessels, enhancing the connectivity between the mainland and island territories of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. Authored by the Honorables MP Abdul Muhammad Mujahid, MP Amil Bahar Mawalil, MP Omar Yasir Sema, MP Idi Ali, and MP Sahi Uja. Co-authors, the Honorables MP Hatimil Hasan, MP Alzad Satar, and MP Muslimin Jakilan, Mr. Speaker.
George
Mr.
Floor Leader.
Speaker, I move to refer this to the Committee on Transportation and Communications.
There's a motion to refer proposed resolution number 453 to the Committee on Transportation and Communication.
Before the referral.
Yeah, but before the
Mr.
referral.
Mr. Speaker.
Duly noted. Those who are interested to be co-authors of this of proposed resolution number 453, you can submit your names to the Secretary General.
Mr. Speaker, may I be recognized?
The Deputy Speaker Nabil Tan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, considering the importance of such resolution, may I be allowed, or if the principal author will accept, I'd like to be co-author of this resolution. I cannot submit my name now. I'm in Manila. Thank you.
Secretariat is directed to include the name of Deputy Speaker Nabiltan as co-author, and all of those who have in the plenary who have signified their intention to be associated with this resolution. There is a pending motion to refer this proposed resolution to the Committee on Transportation and Communication. Is there any second? There being no objection, proposed resolution number 453 is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Communication. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we request the Secretary General to read the next proposed resolution?
Secretary General is directed to read the title of the next proposed resolution and the name of the author and co-authors.
Mr. Speaker, our next proposed resolution is proposed resolution number 454, entitled Resolution Urging the Bangsamoro Government through the Ministry of Health, BARM, to coordinate with the different government ministries, offices, and agencies, as well as local government units, to purchase much-needed cold storage facilities, including ultra-low temperature freezers, in order to be able to avail of any and all brands of COVID-19 vaccines and for proper storage thereof. Authored by the Honorable MP Mussolini Lidasan, Mr. Speaker.
Majority
Yes,
Floor
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, I would like to treat this as a simple resolution. If the good members of the Parliament, MP Sulkanin Abbas, as he is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Health, if he can answer any questions related to this resolution, Mr. Speaker.
I concur, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move to treat this as a simple resolution and be transferred to the
Before
business
the
of
referral, those who are who intends to be associated with this bill, please raise your hand. In the Zoom, those who are interested to be associated with this resolution, please key in your names in the chat box. There's a motion to treat proposed resolution number 454 as a simple resolution. Is there any second? There being no objection, proposed resolution number 454 is treated as a simple resolution and transferred to the business for the day.
Mr. Speaker, may we request the Secretary General to read the next proposed resolution?
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the next proposed resolution, including the name of the author and co-authors.
Mr. Speaker, on the fifth proposed resolution is proposed resolution number 455, entitled Resolution Urging the Bangsamoro Government through the Ministry of Health, BARM, to coordinate the different government ministries, offices, and agencies, as well as local government units, in a region-wide information and education campaign at the grassroots level to motivate the Bangsamoro people to register for and receive their COVID-19 vaccinations. Authored by the Honorable MP Mussolini Lidasan, Mr. Speaker.
Any members of the Parliament like to signify their interest as voters may just raise their hand so that the Secretariat may take note of it. Mr. Speaker, I move to treat this as a simple resolution be transferred for the business of the
There is a motion to treat proposed resolution number 455 as a simple resolution and transfer to the business for the day. Is there any second? There being no objection, proposed resolution number 455 is transferred to the business for the day.
Mr.
Majority Floor
Speaker,
Leader.
may we request the Secretary to read proposed resolution number 456, 458, and 459. All of them have the same title and subject matter, Mr. Speaker, including the authors and co-authors, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title, proposed resolution number 456, 458,
and 459, Mr. Speaker.
For what?
459.
459?
Yes.
As a simple, to read the title of proposed resolution 459, including the name of the author and co-authors.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. On proposed resolution number 456 is entitled Resolution Expressing DPS Condolences and Sympathies to the family of the late former President Benigno Aquino III and extending profound appreciation and gratitude for his contribution to peace and development in the Bangsamoro region. Authors, the Honorable MP Baintan Adil Ampatuan, MP Amil Bahar Mawalil, MP Lanang Ali Jr., MP Jose Lorena, MP Rasul Mitmug Jr., MP Liza Alamia, MP Suharto Ambuludtu, MP Don Mustafa Luong, MP Rasul Ismail, MP Aida Silungan, MP Susana Anayatin, MP A.D. Ali, MP Mussolini Lidas, and MP Nabil Eitan. Mr. Speaker, on proposed resolution number 458 is entitled A Resolution Expressing the Bangsamoro Transition Authority's sincerest sympathies and condolences on the death of former President Benigno Simeon C. Aquino III and honoring his contributions to peace and development in the Bangsamoro. Authors, the Honorables MP Ana Tarhata Basman, MP Raisa Jajuri, MP Obaida Pakasam, and MP Lanang Ali Jr. On proposed resolution number 459, Mr. Speaker, is entitled Resolution Expressing the Profound Sympathies and Deepest Condolences of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority Parliament to the bereaved family of former President Benigno Simeon C. Aquino III on his demise. Authored, the Honorable MP Zair Rahman Alonto Ajong, MP Attorney Nabil Eitan, MP Attorney Lanang T. Ali Jr., MP Attorney Jose Lorena, MP Attorney Obaida Pakasam, and MP Dr. Susana Anayatin, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may we request, this is an appeal to all members of the Parliament to be co-authors of these resolutions, Mr. Speaker.
All of those who are interested to be co-authors.
Sana lahat na lang, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to treat this as simple resolutions and be transferred for the business of the day, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to treat the three proposed resolutions as simple resolutions and be transferred to the business for the day. Is there any second? There being no objection, proposed resolution 456, 458, and 459 are treated as simple resolution and are transferred to the business for the day.
Continue. Mr. Speaker, we are on the item number 8, privilege hour. There are two members of the Parliament who would like to deliver a privilege speech. First by MP Latif, to be followed by MP Romeo Sena. Ladies first, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from Tugaya is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Parliament and distinguished colleagues, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. May I proceed, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, may I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ang ating kasarinlan ay ginuguhit ng ating kasaysayan, pamumuhay, kultura, lengguwahe, paniniwala. Malaking bagay ang likas yaman sa buo ng ating kasarinlan. At ito po ang dahilan kung bakit natin pinaglaban ang ating likas na yaman o natural resources. At hindi tayo dapat maging pabaya. Unang-una, pinaglaban natin ito sa Comprehensive Agreement on Bangsamoro. At mismo kami noon sa Bangsamoro Transition Commission, ito ang isa sa pinakamatinding issue sa bicameral conference. Particular po dito sa inland waters. Sa lahat ng mga issues, ito po ang isa sa pinaka-contentious at pinaka-huling paksa. Pero hindi po natin ito isinuko. Ang pagdesisyon po ukol sa ating likas yaman ay isa sa ating pundasyon ng right to self-determination. Ito po ang simbolo ng ating kalayaan. Kaya ngayon, tayo lamang sa Bangsamoro Parliament ang dapat magbalangkas batas ukol sa inland waters ng Bangsamoro. Noong maupo po ako bilang isang membro ng parlamentong ito, una sa mga konsultasyon ko ay ukol sa Lake Lanao. As early as July 2019, sinundan po ito ng pangalawang konsultasyon kasama ang mga eksperto noong Nobyembre 2019. Dahil dito po ako ay naghain noong Nobyembre 2019 ng panukalang batas bilang 32 na pinamagatang an act creating the Ranao Development Authority, prescribing its powers and functions and appropriating funds therefore. Sa katunayan, mahigit kumulang sa 47 membro ng parlamento ang sumanib bilang co-authors. Ang panukalang batas na ito ay naghahangad na makapagpatayo na isang ahensya ng gobyerno na mamamahala, mangangalaga at magbibigay proteksyon sa ating mga likas na yaman. Ang Lake Lanao, ang panukalang batas na ito ay sumailalim na sa second reading noong February 21, 2020. Ngayon, meron na tayong batas na binalangkas na nasa second reading na po. Nandito na po nakahain. Bago po isinulat ang Bill number 32, isang napakalaking konsultasyon ang ginanap sa MSU Main Campus, Marawi City, kung saan dumalo ang mga eksperto, membro ng akademya, iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, kasama na ang National Power Corporation at ang mga matataas na opisyales ng Laguna Lake Development Authority na naglakbay pa mula Luzon upang ibahagi ang kanilang mahigit kumulang na 5 dekadang karanasan sa pamamahala ng Laguna Lake. Sa kanilang pagbisita sa lawa ng Lake Lanao, isa pong kaalaman na tumatak sa aking puso ay ang sinabi ng Executive Director ng Laguna Lake Development Authority. Ika niya, kapag ang lawa ay nasira, hindi ito maibabalik sa dati nitong kalagayan. Sa wikang Ingles pa, it can neither be fixed nor be restored to its original state. Sunod na kanyang sinabi, pagkatapos ng kanyang personal na pagbisita sa lawa ay, panahon na o oras na para simulan ang pag-aalaga sa lawang ito. Mr. Speaker, ano ba ang kasalukuyang kalagayan ng Lake Lanao? Ayon sa pag-aaral ng Mindanao State University at pahayag ng mga dating namumuno sa Departamento ng Environment and Natural Resources, ang kahuyan o kagubatan na nakapalibot sa Lake Lanao ay naging biktima ng dekadang illegal logging, extensive land use and farming in the watershed na nagdulot ng soil erosion na siya namang nagpababa ng water level. Nakita po natin ito sa trahedyang dulot ng Bagyong Binta noong 2017 at napakariri-mari-marim na epekto sa Lanao del Sur kung saan marami pong namatay at nawalan ng bahay sa aming mga kaanak at mga mamamayan. Marami rin sa forested timberland ang nasira dahil sa iba't ibang aktibidad na hindi na po nare-regulate. Idagdag po natin dito ang problema ng polusyon dahil sa hindi maayos na pagtatagpuan ng basura dahil po sa mga pangyayaring ito na ibahagi Lanao del Sur Provincial Disaster Risk Reduction Office noong 2019 na ang water level ng Lake Lanao ay bumaba na at ito ay nasa critical level. Dahil sa kakulangan ng malinaw na framework sa pamamahala ng lawa at ng watershed resources, magdudulot ito ng pagbaba ng kalidad ng tubig. Ating pong alalahanin na ang mga naninirahan sa tabi ng lawa ay nakadepende rito para sa domestic use, kasama na ang inuming tubig, ablution or abdas, ang paliligo, paglalaba, at iba pa. Sa madaling salita, Mr. Speaker, ang polusyon dahil sa kakulangan sa regulasyon ay makakaapekto sa kalusugan ng ating mamamayan. Bukod pa rito at hindi lingid sa ating kalaman, ang Lake Lanao ay may mahalagang papel pagdating sa supply ng kuryente na pinakikinabangan ng mga Bangsamoro constituents at maging mga nasa outside bar. Kung saan ito ay nagbibigay na mahigit sa 70% energy supply sa buong isla ng Mindanao. At ito ay nagdudulot ng kaunlaran. Ito rin po ay nagbibigay ng pondo o revenue sa karamihan sa ating mga political subdivisions. Dahil sa labis-labis na suporta ng ating mga kasamahan dito sa parlamento nito, panahon na at dininig sa second reading noong February 21 ang ating resolution number 122 noong Marso 25, 2021 na naglalayong pagtibayin ang ating karapatan ng Bangsamoro sa pangangalaga ng Lake Lanao at humingi tayo sa Senado ng konsiderasyon dahil nasa atin at ang kapangyarihan at ito ay nakasaad mismo sa pinaglaban natin sa Bangsamoro Organic Law. Huwag po nating ipagliban ang Lake Lanao. Nakabindin na mahigit na magdadalawang taon. Nandito na po sa ating mga kamay at ipinaglaban po natin itong lubusan. Ang likas na yaman nating parte ng ating kasarinlan. Ito ay parte ng ating kultura. Ito ay nagbibigay kahulugan sa pagiging Moro. Itong panukalang batas na ito ay sinuportahan ng 47 members of the Parliament. Nangangahulugan, dami pong gustong ito may pasa. Pag hindi natin legislation, itong batas na ito, baka po, kinalulungkot ko, may sa batas ng Kongreso ang kanilang bersyon. Huwag po nating hintayin mangyari iyon dahil maaaring maging hudyat sa pagpasa ng mga batas ng Kongreso patungkol sa pangangalaga ng ating likas yaman na ang may karapatan po ay ang Bangsamoro Government at Parliament. Sa panghuli, ang tawag po namin sa Lake Lanao ay Ranao. Hango po dito ang aming identity bilang mga Maranao. Mga kasama ko po sa Bangsamoro Parliament, ang Lake Lanao po ay ang umbilical cord ng mga Maranao na nag-uugnay sa aming lahat. It is the foundation of our identity. It is the foundation of our heritage. At sa Maranao, Bangsamoro. Lanao po ay nasa intensive care unit ngayon. Kailangan gamutin at pagalingin. Itong panukalang batas
Recognize MP Romeo Sema to deliver his privilege speech.
The Honorable Gentleman from Cotabato is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majo. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chief Minister Ahud Balawag Ibrahim, Honorable Speaker Attorney Ali Pangaliam M. Balindong, distinguished colleagues, guests, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I rise before you on a matter of collective and personal privilege. The history of the Moro fronts in Mindanao bring us to our present situation, as we share our common aspiration in our desire to assert our right to self-determination. It is just fitting and proper to once again call for unity and cooperation among us. While we have initially succeeded in negotiation between the government of the Republic of the Philippines with the Moro National Liberation Front through the signing of the peace agreement in 1976 and 1996, and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and the government of the Philippines through the signing of the framework agreement on the Bangsamoro and comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro that led to the enactment of the Republic Act 11054, otherwise known as Bangsamoro Organic Law. We will still have to continuously do our best efforts to contribute for the realizations of the Bangsamoro self-determination within the context of the signed peace agreement. Looking back, when we started asserting our right to self-determination, we moved as one regardless of our organizations and political affiliation. The Moro National Liberation Front, for one, without a iota of reservations in our minds, in our modest way, mobilize our comrades and supporters to ensure the ratifications of the BOL. We did that, notwithstanding who our leaders is, and alhamdulillah, the law was overwhelmingly approved by our people. Today, the challenge to call for unity is again in our midst. Our request for the extensions of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority period has already been submitted to both houses of Congress. Unfortunately, the bill is still under the scrutiny of both houses of Congress, while the President has expressed positively his support for the extensions of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. It would have been better had the President certified the bill as urgent. It must be recalled that among the obligations of the government is to complete the implementations of the signed peace agreements. In the case of the MNLF, there are remaining provisions of the final peace agreements were remain unimplemented until today. However, when most of those unimplemented provisions were made part of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, the Moro National Liberation Front decided to accept the Republic Act number 11054. This is despite of the fact that there are vital provisions of the final peace agreements which are not provided under the BOL. Under the Bangsamoro Organic Law, there are deliverables which are supposed to be completed in 3 years' time. But there are circumstances beyond human control, not to mention the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, while it is true that we have accomplished some of the priority code, we feel that the other ones have to undergo a series of consultations with our constituents. It has to follow the tedious process despite the emergence of the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has significantly affected the normal operations of the Bangsamoro government. This must be made clear to the honorable members of the both chambers of Congress. Mr. Speaker, I therefore call on my brothers and sisters, members of this chamber, to rally behind our leader Honorable Chief Minister Ahud Balawag Ibrahim, in order to send a strong message that he has our collective respect and support. Let us manifest our unconditional support for his leadership in running the affairs of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao. Let me remind everyone that during the time of Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he stood to unite the Muslims in Islam against the adversaries. Just as we are in our time, we need to have a leader to direct us what to do. We need the leadership of our Chief Minister Ahud Balawag Ibrahim to guide and give direction for the achievements of the goals of the Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao. Mr. Speaker, along this line, allow me to cite some verses from the Holy Quran and Hadiths regarding our moral obligation for unity and supporting our leader. And I quote, Surah Al-Imran, verse 103, and hold fast to the rope of Allah all together and be not divided. In Al-Bukhari, verily the believers are like a structure, each part is strengthening the other, and the Prophet claps his fingers together. It's Al-Bukhari, the parable of the believers in their affections, mercy, and compassion for each other is that of a body. When any limb aches, the whole body reacts with sleepiness and fever. Again, Mr. Speaker, I, together with my comrades in the Moro National Liberation Front, strongly support the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Ahud Balawag Ibrahim and the extensions of the Transition Authority to realize our common aspiration under the realm of the moral governance in the Bangsamoro. We appeal to all our local leaders, business and labor sectors, religious leaders, IP leaders, and civil society to bestow their unconditional support to Chief Minister Ahud Balawag Ibrahim and extensions of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority to prepare the mandates specifically provided for in the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Mr. Speaker, we appeal to the sound judgment of the honorable members of both chambers of Congress to amend only the period of terms of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority from 2022 to 2025. Therefore, while I rise before this honorable august body, thousands of the Bangsamoro gathered yesterday for Unity Caravan with the hope and prayer that their collective voices will be heard by no less than His Excellency President Rodrigo Roa Duterte to certify the bill calling for the extensions of the BTA period from 2022 to 2025 as urgent. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we sincerely appeal to our beloved President Rodrigo Roa Duterte to certify the bill calling for the extensions of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority period as urgent. Mabuhay ang Bangsamoro. Sukran wa billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Mr. Speaker, 15 minutes suspension, Mr. Speaker. To have a ASA prayer.
Session suspended for 15 minutes. We come back at 3:40.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we proceed to the next item on the order of business. We are on item number 9. First stage of bills, may we request the Secretary General to read the first BTA Parliament bill, the authors.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of
BTA Parliament Bill number 91.
BTA Parliament Bill number 91.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the first stage of bills, we have here BTA Parliament Bill number 91, entitled An Act Granting Civil Service Eligibility Under Certain Conditions to Government Employees under BARM appointed under provisional or temporary status who have rendered at least 7 years of efficient and continuous service and for other purposes. Authored by the Honorable MP Safrula Dipatuan, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is a private member bill. Any members of the Parliament would like to signify their interest as co-authors of this bill may just raise their hands so that the Secretariat may take note of them.
Those who are interested to be identified with this bill, please raise your hand.
May we request the Secretary General to read the next proposed bill, Mr.
The
Speaker?
Secretary General is directed to read the title of the next proposed BTA Parliament Bill.
Next BTA Parliament Bill number 109, entitled An Act Institutionalizing the Registration and Regional Database for Informal Workers, Economic Units, and Organizations or Associations within the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, authored by the Honorable MP Rasul Mitmog Jr., co-authors, the Honorables MP Liza Alamia, MP Suharto Ambulutu, MP Baintan Adil Ampatuan, MP Don Mustafa Luong, MP Rasul Ismail, MP Amil Bahar Mawalil, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is a private member bill. Any members of the Parliament would like to signify their interest as co-authors may just raise their hands so that they can be recorded by the Secretariat, Mr. Speaker. May we request the Secretary General to read the next proposed Parliament bill, Mr. Speaker?
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the next proposed BTA Parliament Bill.
Mr. Speaker, on the third proposed BTA Parliament bill is BTA Parliament Bill number 111, entitled An Act Constructing and Establishing the Buldun Municipal Hospital at the Municipality of Buldun, Maguindanao Province, BARM, and appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Authored by the Honorable MP Zulkarnain Abbas, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is a private member bill. Any members of the Parliament who would like to signify their interest as co-authors may just raise their hands so that they can be recorded by the Secretariat. Mr. Speaker, may we request the Secretary General to read the next proposed Parliament bill?
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the next proposed BTA Parliament Bill.
Mr. Speaker, on the next BTA Parliament Bill is BTA Parliament Bill number 113, entitled An Act Establishing a Regional-Wide Geotagging System for Infrastructure Projects in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and Muslim for the Autonomous Region and appropriating funds therefore. Authored by the Honorable MP Don Mustafa Luong, MP Baintan Ampatuan, MP Amil Bahar Mawalil, MP Liza Alamia, MP Rasul Mitmog Jr., MP Suharto Ambulutu, and MP Rasul Ismail, Mr. Speaker.
The co-authors. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and this is a private member bill. Any members of the Parliament who signify their interest as co-authors may just raise their hands so that the Secretariat may record the same. May we request the Secretary to read the next proposed Parliament bill, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the next proposed BTA Parliament Bill.
Mr. Speaker, on the proposed BTA Parliament Bill number 114 is entitled, An Act Constructing and Establishing the Lanao del Sur Provincial Hospital to be located at the Municipality of Tugaya, Province of Lanao del Sur, BARM, and appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Authored by the Honorable MP Zulkarnain Abbas and MP Maysara Dandamon Latif, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is a private member bill. Any members of the Parliament who would like to be co-authors may just raise their hands so that the Secretariat may take note of them.
Before the Majority Floor Leader proceeds, may I direct the Secretariat to make sure that the names of the members of the Parliament who have signified their intention to be co-authors of the different resolutions be indicated already during the second stage or second reading of the proposed bills or resolutions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we proceed. We are on item number 12, unfinished business. The first proposed resolution number 413, Mr. Speaker, entitled Resolution Supporting the Actions of our Moro Legislators who are standing on behalf of the Bangsamoro and ensuring the protection and welfare of our people outside the region. The parliamentary status of this, Mr. Speaker, we are on the period of interpellation and debate. As we agreed yesterday, Mr. Speaker, any of the co-authors upon the direction of the principal author may defend this proposed resolution, Mr. Speaker, if there is.
We are now in tackling proposed resolution number 413, and we have agreed that the principal author can designate any co-author or co-principal author to defend this, to stand for this proposed resolution. The Deputy Minority Floor Leader, the gentleman from Lumbayanage, is still on the Zoom.
Is MP Rasul Mitnog?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may we recognize MP Rasul Mitnog, Mr. Speaker?
The Deputy Minister, Deputy Minority Floor Leader Rasul Mitnog is recognized.
Present, Mr. Speaker.
Do you have any?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you may. You are recognized.
Present, Mr. Speaker. Can I defend this measure, Mr. Speaker? I am available for.
Yeah,
Yes.
and any member of the Parliament.
If there is none, Mr. Speaker, I will move to close the period of interpellation and debate.
Yeah, there is a motion to terminate the period of interpellation and debate.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any second?
Mr.
There
Speaker, I move to
being no
period,
objection, the same is hereby terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendment.
The period of amendment is now open.
May we respectfully request MP. No, Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of amendment.
There is a motion to terminate the period of amendment. Is there any second? There being no objection, the period of amendment is now terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption and approval of this resolution, Mr. Speaker.
Subject to style.
Subject to stance.
There is a motion to adopt proposed resolution number 413, subject to style. Any second? There being no objection, proposed resolution number 413 is hereby approved and adopted.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we proceed to propose resolution number 427. The parliamentary status of this, Mr. Speaker, we are on the period of interpellation and debate. The principal author, Abdullah B. Hashim, is here present, Mr. Speaker. May we respectfully recognize MP Abdullah Hashim to deliver his sponsorship speech on this.
The gentleman from Pikit is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps more accurately from Pagalungan and
Yeah, the gentleman, I'm sorry,
Bacolod, Calawi.
the gentleman from Pagalungan and Bacolod, Calawi is recognized.
إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of the Parliament, and all those present, this resolution aims to join the public officials and employees of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Government in seeking the utmost definition of being a public servant in accordance with moral governance. It is then hoped that the pursuit of moral governance and the prevention of corruption be paved and shown a clear way. Moral governance intends that the public servants be accountable not only to the public but also to the Creator. Yet I believe the current definitions need further emphasis on that aspect. Therefore, a specific explanation is required that will serve as a guide to public officials and employees. This resolution aims to use the halal concept as a model for this guide. Halal is generally defined in Islam as any action or thing which is permitted and lawful. In the context of Islam, the determiner of what is permitted and lawful is Allah through His legislation, meaning the Quran and the tradition of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. In the context of our current setting and circumstance, the determiner is the law of the land, and it is hoped that both contexts are in harmony as much as possible. It is my humble opinion that with moral governance, this can be achieved. The concept of halal is generally considered in legislation as only regarding the permissible food, drinks, and goods, and the manner of purity of such items. But halal also encompasses the permissible actions of an individual, which in the context of this resolution, the permissible actions of the public servant and the purity of those actions. It may also be emphasized that doing the opposite of such actions will put into trial one's intimate relationship with the Creator. With this model, the public servants will have a personal, sacred role, not only in bringing the government to the Bangsamoro people, but bringing themselves closer to the Creator by performing in accordance with His will and limits. In closing, the Bangsamoro Darul Ifta is the most appropriate office to spearhead the pursuit of a detailed definition of moral governance, especially with respect to the concept of halal, due in part to the mandate of the office to promulgate religious edicts or fatwa as per the Bangsamoro Autonomy Act number 13 or the Administrative Code. Thus, this simple resolution aims to direct a BARM office in doing an initiative which is part of the office's stated powers and functions. As such, I humbly request from my fellow honorable members of the Parliament that this simple resolution be passed. وصلى الله على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think there being no other members of Parliament, I move to close the period of interpellation and debate, Mr. Speaker. May we respectfully recognize MP Mawali, Mr. Speaker. And
The
Zoom-
gentleman from Tawi-Tawi is recognized. Those who among the Zoom would like to interpellate the honorable gentleman from Pagalungan, please raise your hands. So you will be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a few clarificatory questions about the resolution. I would like to ask the proponent, the good gentleman from Maguindanao, in a nutshell, what do you intend to achieve with the approval of this resolution?
Mr. Speaker, I would like that there will be the fatwa, inshallah, will serve as an inspiration and a guide for the Bangsamoro employees and public servants. And also, at the end of our resolution, there is also given a consideration for the BTA Parliament to perhaps turn it into a code of conduct, or at least use it as a guide for such a code of conduct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask, this is a very an innocent question. If the good gentleman from Maguindanao have looked into the provision in the administrative code relative to this resolution, to the subject of this resolution, is there an existing guidelines or mechanism that put forward this intention?
We have merely used the mandate of the Darul Ifta, Mr. Speaker, to formulate this resolution.
Mr. Speaker, hypothetically speaking, if this Parliament will not approve or will not adopt this resolution, what will hinder or prohibit the Darul Ifta from issuing such edict or fatwa, Mr. Speaker?
I believe there is nothing that hinders them from issuing such a fatwa, and this is merely, Mr. Speaker, perhaps a reminder or in support also to the office, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I'd like to signify my intention to be part of this resolution. The reason why I'm asking if there is a prohibition on the part of the Darul Ifta is because the resolution may send a message that the Darul Ifta, in issuing fatwa or religious edict, needs the imprimatur of the Parliament. So that is clear for me, Mr. Speaker, that the Darul Ifta can issue fatwa or religious edicts as mandated by the administrative code. That is all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much to the gentleman from Maguindanao.
Thank you.
Thank you also, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Lanao del Sur, the Deputy Minority Floor Leader is recognized. Majority Floor Leader. I'm sorry, Deputy Majority Floor Leader, to be followed by the Deputy Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is not an interpellation. This is a statement of support to the proposed resolution, because it is very high time that the Darul Ifta declare a fatwa regarding the concept of moral governance, especially to us, public officials, that has been governing the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am very, very much supportive of this proposed resolution. Thank you very much. That's my manifestation, Mr. Speaker.
Duly noted. The Deputy Minority Floor Leader is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat po sa oras na binigay. Message of support din po ito dahil co-author tayo ng resolution. Ang isang maganda po dito sa resolution na to, Mr. Speaker, is mapapakita na yung mga mga acts pati mga practices natin in Islam is actually part din ng governance measure. Ibig sabihin, yung mga bagay na ginagawa natin sa Islam ay mga bagay din na mabuti para sa paggogobyerno. So I fully support this resolution, Mr. Speaker, and we thank the main author, MP Hashim, for giving us this resolution. Salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, the minority floor leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask a question to the good MP Hashim, but he has already replied earlier. So instead of asking that question, Mr. Speaker, as a continuation of the manifestation of MP Hashim earlier with respect to the mandate of the Darul Ifta, it appears that this resolution actually requests or directs the Darul Ifta to issue a fatwa, which is in a sense like a legal opinion in the Islamic juristic sense, which is part of the mandate of the Darul Ifta. And this will add into or enrich the current code of ethics that we have in the government for public servants, which is found in our jurisprudence and in the rules of the Civil Service Commission and in the laws covering public servants and public officials. And so this will be a first time, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to recognize MP Abdullah Hashim, who has been very articulate. Mr. Speaker, I would like to add that manifestation. In filing this resolution, I would like to recognize this effort, Mr. Speaker. This would be the first time, if ever, if the Darul Ifta of BARM will be issuing a fatwa that would identify which ones are halal or haram or not allowed under Islam with respect to moral governance in the context of public service for our public servants. This will be the first time that we will have this in not just in the BARM but also in the Philippines. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to be associated with the author, the main author, MP Abdullah Hashim, and the co-authors of this resolution, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Sulu is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is also not an interpellation, Mr. Speaker, but to acknowledge the importance of this resolution in highlighting that a public office or public officials are trustees. The important keywords that are highlighted in this resolution, Mr. Speaker, is the word Khalifa and the vicegerent and the trustees. I think, Mr. Speaker, with this resolution, perhaps the Darul Ifta and other agencies can strengthen the awareness of more of our public officials and employees that indeed the public office that they hold, be they the head of the office or even any ordinary employee for that matter, still being in a government position, they are vicegerents, they are trustees, and they represent as Khalifa in this earth, and therefore they hold a very important responsibility with that trust. So I again commend the authors of this resolution, and I request to be also a part of the co-authors of this resolution, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy Speaker, the gentleman from Mayen is recognized.
Thank you. Just a quick one question.
Those who are in the Zoom, please raise your hands if you want to interpolate. Yeah, the Deputy Speaker is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one quick question before I make my short manifestation. Does the proponent also believe that the Quranic verse وَيَأْمُرُونَ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ وَيَنْهَوْنَ عَنِ الْمُنْكَرِ وَتُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ, to forbid what is evil and to enjoy what is good, is essentially what constitutes the definition of halal and haram, in that though it is prescribed in the Holy Book, in the Holy Quran, it encompasses not only the Muslims but the entire humanity by practicing honesty and dedication to work. Is it correct? Does the gentleman also agree with me that that is essentially the foundation of the concept of halal and haram?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with this, and actually to even expound that further, this is the reason why we want to direct such issuance of an explanation or further to expound the moral governance principle. It should be from a recognized religious institution, and here in BARM, it is the Darul Ifta, which is actually mandated by our law.
That is correct, Mrs. Speaker. I 100% agree with the observation and the assertion of the proponent of this measure. I asked that question, Mrs. Speaker, because Darul Ifta is associated with the Islamic religious order, and the BARM is predominantly Muslims. And we have, in reality on the ground, we have non-Muslim constituents of the BARM. We have the settler communities, and we also have the indigenous peoples communities. I just want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that though this may appear initially as Islamic tenets, it covers not only the behavior and the prescribed attitude, and also encourages individual to be honest in their dealings with their fellow human beings and with their work, because the concept of halal does not only or exclusively be limited to the Muslims, but to the general public, the humankind, whether you are a Muslim, whether you are a Christian, or whether you are a lumad. That the concept of halal, which is basically allowing permissible acts, is also part of the prescribed manner by which a civic duties or civil servants should always attune he himself or herself in exhibiting his job or his responsibility. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I laud the intention of this resolution and as well as the proponent, and to assuage to the general public that though, again, this may appear religious, but the intention really is shared by all of the religious order present in the BARM: Christianity, Islam, and other religious groups. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr.
MP
Speaker.
Yali. MP Yali.
The two ladies first.
The
Yeah,
two ladies
the
first,
two ladies
MP Latif and MP Anayatin. First is MP Anayatin, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum. First and foremost, I congratulate and commend the author, MP Hashim, for this very laudable resolution. Resolution. Mr. Speaker, all religions espouses peace, and at the same time espouses the values of public service. I find no reason why we should not pass this resolution immediately, and I would like to be a co-author of this resolution if the main author will allow. Mr. Speaker.
By the way, Mr. Yes, I of course I allow, and as well also the same for those who have mentioned it before, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if I may suggest that the fatwa to be issued be translated into Filipino and major dialects in the BARM. Mr. Speaker.
You want that should be included in the period of amendments.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from Tugayay,
Speaker.
followed by the gentleman from Tawi-Tawi.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate MP Hashim for coming very important resolution, and I was the speaker who moved for its adoption as a simple resolution for the reason that at the first instance that I read the resolution, it touched my very being as a Muslim. Why? Because this is a resolution that calls for the conduct of public officials and employees as Khalifa. It goes into a very deep psyche as a Muslim that we are reminded of our amanah, our trust in this moral governance, that we are given the authority to govern and authority to be of good and highest moral character. As such, Mr. Speaker, when I saw the import of this resolution, I immediately raised my hands, went to the podium, and moved that it be adopted as a simple resolution. Why? Because we need this resolution to be implemented as soon as possible before our term ends. We need guidance, Mr. Speaker, on what constitutes halal conduct. We need guidance from no less than our Darul Ifta, the highest body of Imam in the Bangsamoro. And it also bodes well for understanding between and among religion, Mr. Speaker, because in this time of day, our counterparts, our non-Muslim counterparts must understand that we are towards the path of moral governance. And they have to know, they have to have grasp and concept what moral governance is and how it is seen in our daily conduct of business in this Bangsamoro government. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that this body adopt in toto the proposed resolution 427, and I laud and I appreciate MP Hashim as well as the co-authors, and I also move, Mr. Speaker, that I be included as one of the co-authors. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader, may we recognize first the gentleman from Tawi-Tawi, then from Basilan, and then from Lanao del Sur. All last three recognitions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to say my words. Unang-una po, gusto kong magpasalamat kay kapatid MP Abdullah Hashim for filing this resolution. Alam po nating lahat, ang moral governance ay isa sa mga advokasya ng ating government of the day. Kaya lang, hindi natin alam kung ano itong moral governance na to na gusto natin gagampanan ng ating Bangsamoro government. Kaya with this resolution requesting the Darul Ifta to come up with its decision or recommendation or ano talaga ang ibig sabihin ng moral governance ay magiging guidance po natin itong lahat. Alam po natin, ang isa po sa magandang ating magagawa sa government of the day is really to show to the world that moral governance ay andito po, ginagampanan po ng Bangsamoro government. Kaya ako ay nagpapasalamat na po ay na-file, no, ng ating mahal na kapatid si MP Abdullah Hasim. Kaya ako po ay I would like to join him to co-author this resolution. At we support, and kagaya ng sinabi ng ating mga kasama, malaki po ang magagawa. Magiging guidance po ito nating lahat, hindi lang po para sa mga Muslim, pero para sa lahat po ng nagtatrabaho as public servant ng dito sa Bangsamoro government. Maraming salamat po, and please include me, Brother MP Abdullah Hasim, as co-author of your resolution. Maraming salamat po.
I accept also.
The gentleman from Tawi-Tawi, you're recognized. Gentleman from Basilan, rather.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Actually, Mr. Speaker, it's just a message of support for this very important and very timing resolution, Mr. Speaker. Pagkakataon na po na magkaroon tayo ng ganitong resolution upang bawat isa tayo mga mamayang Moro, lalo na ang mga employees at kasama na po tayo doon. At least maiba po natin ang imahe po natin bilang namumuno or being governing ourselves. And this is why the reason why we are struggling for self-determination upang ipatupad po natin o kaya magawa po natin kung ano po ang dapat na katuruan ng Islam sa atin po. So I'm so supportive to this resolution, and I'm requesting or urging to be part of this resolution, Mr. Speaker. At maraming salamat po sa authorship ang ating kapatid na si MP Abdullah Hasim for coming up with this kind of a very important resolution. That's all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
we recognize the gentleman from Lanao del Sur and the Minister of Human Settlements and Development.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I prefer to be referred to as gentleman from Marawi City. I wish to convey my congratulations to our brother MP Abdullah Hashim for this resolution. This is an expression not only of defining what halal or what haram is, but it speaks about our functions as government employees. In the glorious Quran, Allah says, "Alladina immakanahum fil ard aqamus salah wa atu zakah wa amaru bil ma'ruf wa nahaw 'anil munkar wallahi aqibatul umur." This speaks about the four functions of government, and these are the performance of zakah or performance of prayer, or the spiritual development of the people through our leadership, the giving of zakah, which speaks about the development of the economy of the people, and then it speaks about the two important functions of government, amr bil ma'ruf wa nahy anil munkar, and this is part of that function of enjoining what is right and forbidding what is wrong. Hence, I wish to express my support to MP Abdullah Hasim, and I wish, with his permission, to be included among the co-authors of this resolution. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of debate and interpellation.
There's a motion to terminate the period of debate interpellations. There's second. Been seconded. There being no objection, the period of interpellation and debate is hereby terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendment.
The period of amendment is now open. May we recognize the lady from Maguindanao?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment that I propose is the translation of the fatwa to be issued into Filipino language and major dialects in the Bangsamoro. Mr. Speaker.
Do you accept the proposed amendment?
Yes, I accept, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of amendment.
Yeah, before that, the proposed amendment
Mr. Speaker,
of MP
Mr. Speaker.
Susana Yaten is accepted.
Yes, may we respectfully
Mr.
request.
Speaker, can I be recognized?
The Deputy Speaker is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment is that Darul Ifta in collaboration with other agencies, particularly Ministry of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Tourism. Magko-collaborate po sila dahil ang Ministry of Science, sila kung minsan ang mag-determine kung ano-ano yung mga halimbawa sa food, kung ano ang halal, kung ano-ano yung mga pwede na kakain ng mga Muslim. At saka Minister of Trade and Industry, sila rin yung may power and authority to control halimbawa yung mga pag-import ng kung ano yung mga halal na goods na pwede natin gamitin dito sa barn. So I propose that Darul Ifta in collaboration with the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Tourism, and perhaps other ministries sa BARM na magko-collaborate sila para yung fatwa ng mufti natin would be, kung baligaw halimbawa ngayon ma-justify o kaya would be issued na talaga in accordance with the halal criteria yung kailangan natin makonsume ng mga Muslims o kaya gagawin ng mga Muslims. Yun lang po sa akin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I recognize the Deputy Speaker, Zia Rahman Aronto, 1 minute suspension lang. Session resumes. May we ask the proponent if he accepts the proposed amendment of the Deputy Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, although I agree with the general thought of the MP, I cannot accept it, Mr. Speaker, because the thing which we are searching for here is the issuance of a fatwa, and that is mandated only for the Darul Ifta, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, the Deputy Speaker, Zia Rahman Alonto, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect to one of our senior members of this parliament and a veteran legislator at that, I agree with the humble rejection of this proposed amendment because one, it will convolute the resolution. Number two, the intent of the resolution merely provides asking the Darul Ifta to provide a guideline what constitutes halal in the execution of the civil servants and employees of the BARM. This is in fact, it covers only the civic duties of all the appointed officials. It does not cover the dietary restriction, Mr. Speaker, of what prescribed, what is allowed in Islam and what is not. So I do also humbly request the Deputy Speaker, one of our esteemed and veteran legislator in this parliament, that amendment would constitute a separate resolution to be passed by this Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
Does the proponent of the amendment understand the rejection of his proposed amendment, considering that the subject matter of the resolution is on halal conduct of employees and not with respect to food or beverages or any dietary requirement?
Well, I withdraw my proposal, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of amendment.
The period of amendment is now terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval and adoption of this particular
There is now a motion to approve and adopt the proposed resolution number. Been seconded. The same is hereby approved and adopted.
Mr. Speaker, we proceed to propose resolution number
Mr.
444.
Speaker.
May we hear from the proponent?
May I show my gratitude, Mr. Speaker? Okay, Bismillah. I would just like to show my gratitude to the members of the Parliament for the passage of this bill.
Resolution.
Resolution. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I stand corrected for this resolution. And I also thank MP Damdaman Latif for giving the motion in yesterday's session to treat this as a simple resolution. And I also thank all of those who have signified, who have already signified their co-authorship. Honorable Attorney Mitmug, MP Sema, MP Sani, MP Rasul Ismail, and of course our Speaker, Attorney Ali Pangalian Balindong, and all those who have signified their intent for co-authorship in this plenary. Thank you.
Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we proceed to propose consideration of proposed resolution number 444, a resolution creating the Parliamentary Leadership Caucus. The parliamentary status of this, Mr. Speaker, we are on the period of interpellation and debate. May we respectfully recognize MP Paisaling Tago in the Zoom.
The gentleman from Lanao del Sur is recognized.
Thank you.
Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Majority Floor Leader. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Since pursuant to our understanding that the principal author should be in the plenary, in view of that, Mr. Speaker, there are very able co-authors that can defend the measures. One of them is Deputy Speaker Siadyong, and you're the acting Speaker, Deputy Speaker Omar Sima, and also I understand Majority Floor Leader signified to be one of the co-authors. In view of that, Mr. Speaker, before I turn over to my co-authors to defend these proposed measures, I implore and appeal to my colleagues for the approval of this measure into this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So,
Those who are
interested
to interpolate, please raise your hand or list your names.
Deputy Speaker Siad, you can also defend the measure, Mr. Speaker.
Who are you assigning to defend the resolution?
Mr. Speaker.
Since you are presiding, Mr. Speaker, I think it's the Deputy Speaker Adyong who is in the floor can defend the measure, Mr. Speaker.
May we respectfully recognize MP Mawala, Mr. Speaker, to be followed by MP Latif.
Mr. Speaker, with
the
yeah, Mr. Speaker, may I request for a 1 minute suspension?
1 minute suspension.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may we again respectfully recognize MP Mawalil, MP Latif, MP Baintanang Patuan, and MP Romeo Saliga in that order, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Tawi-Tawi is recognized. Is the Deputy Speaker, Zio Rahman Alonto, ready for the interpellation?
Mr. Speaker, I will try my best to address some of the inquiries of the interpellators. But let me just put into record that this is a big shoe to fill, because the principal proponent was a former speaker in terms of experience in legislation. He has far wider experience than this representation. So I would, at the outset, would like to again seek the indulgence of the interpellators to tone it down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker,
the gentleman from
thank you
Tawi-Tawi is
very much,
recognized.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the honorable proponent yield the floor for some clarificatory questions?
Certainly, Mr. Speaker.
Again, I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will ask this very basic question, Mr. Speaker, for the information and education of those who are watching us right now. In a nutshell, again, what do we intend to achieve with this resolution, Mr. Speaker?
So basically, Mr. Speaker, based on the experience of this parliament since we started the inaugural session, there are several interests, group interests, and priority agenda of each of the members. What we experience, Mr. Speaker, may cause some division, although this is very regular in the parliamentary because we are a policy-making body. We enjoy and we celebrate diversity of opinions. But since we are all appointed by the President and mandated and given the task with the same mandate to forward expeditiously the major codes, I believe this will provide a platform for all the members and groupings in this parliament to discuss further the important codes and important legislation to be addressed and to be presented to the parliament, and also in order to expeditiously enact. If there are differences in the opinions, this platform could address that. And once we have already presented this legislation, important codes, then we can avoid further delaying the enactment of this priority codes. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, we can also deal with administrative matters. We can also address the privileges of each of the members of this parliament. It will further enhance relationship, coordination, and appreciation of all the legislations that are being put forward before this parliament, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know from the proponent if what is he thinks on what are the basic differences of this structure vis-a-vis our parliamentary rules, practices, and procedures, Mr. Speaker.
Well, basically, it will improve further the understanding of each and every members. It would give also way for members who have certain advocacies and platforms that they wanted or they want to put forward before this parliament. And by having this caucus, Mr. Speaker, it would definitely itemize priority agenda. And it would also consolidate matters of priority insofar as the appreciation of this body is concerned over certain laws and legislations that are to be passed by this parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Citing those problems earlier by the proponent, may I know from the proponent if what is the current process or
the mechanisms that is being utilized by the parliament, by this parliament in setting the agenda for the session and among other things, Mr. Speaker.
Well, we use Mr. Speaker and we act based on on what prescribed under the House rules. In terms of passing a legislation, it goes through the regular process, legislative process. First, the committee deliberation, and if need be, the committee so decides that it would require further inputs coming from the stakeholders, or we can do public consultation. And after the committee fully appreciate the content and the intention of a certain legislation, it would be advanced in the plenary, and that is where the parliament will decide whether to approve or to reject any proposed measures before the floor. Because the intention, Mr. Speaker, is not all parliament members are members of a certain committee where a specific legislation is being referred to, Mr. Speaker. So basically that is the usual regular legislative process that we observe in practice in this parliament, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know if where did the proponent draw this kind of setup? Is this a standard practice also by other parliaments in other parts of the globe?
And Mr. Speaker, in the United States, Mr. Speaker, they also have separate caucuses. Because they have two dominant parties in the House of Representatives and as well as in the Senate. So they have caucuses. They have the Republican caucus, and they also have the Democratic caucus. They also
have the bipartisan caucus.
Yes, and the bipartisan caucus. So each of the party actually under their caucuses prioritize the legislation which are considered to be a priority of each of these individual parties. Now we apply that in the unicameral system which we have in this parliament. I've said earlier that we have specific mandate. We all are appointed by the president, and though there are certain divisions in terms of, as manifested based on our experience throughout our voting pattern, but the intention really, but the causes of this division really is not based on party representation, but is based on individual appreciation of the law, which, based on our experience, causes delays in the legislations that we are tasked to promulgate and to enact. So by having these caucuses, Mr. Speaker, it would enhance further understanding of the members. It would also further uphold and promote individual privileges and rights of the members of this parliament. And definitely it would expeditiously and fast track the enactment of the major codes which we are all tasked to implement, to enact as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is that an assurance, Mr. Speaker, that if we pass this resolution,
it will be an assurance if the gentleman will approve, will adopt, will vote on the adoption of this resolution, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to bring the attention of the good proponent to Section 2. Section 2 on the second page, where it says about the composition. The Parliamentary Leadership Caucus shall be composed of the Speaker of the Parliament as the presiding officer, the Deputy Speakers, Majority Floor Leader, Deputy Majority Floor Leaders, Minority Floor Leader, the Deputy Minority Floor Leaders, at least 3 senior leaders of the government of the day, members of the cabinet, to be designated by the Chief Minister in such other members of the caucus as the caucus may determine. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask if what is the wisdom
why there are three senior leaders of the government of the day, which in this case is not are not identified. Am I right, Mr. Speaker, that hindi automatically mga MPs, members of parliament, itong three senior ministers na to?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the resolution is silent about the determination of who among the cabinet members would sit in the caucus. But again, Mr. Speaker, we presume, and I'm sure the good gentleman from Sulu also know this, that when we speak about three high senior leaders of the government of the day, we presume that they are certainly a member of the parliament.
But it does not say in the.
Yes, but we can improve.
What is
further.
Mr. Speaker? What is the intention of the proponent?
I'm going to that, Mr. Speaker. The intention really of Section 2 under this resolution is to provide again a platform for this legislative, for the legislative in the parliament, and as well as the executive branch to have a platform in order to synchronize their priorities. Because what we've experienced, Mr. Speaker, is somehow, though we are in a parliamentary setup, and I do not fault anybody here, Mr. Speaker, because this is in fact the first parliamentary unit after the Batasang Pambansa. And the experience, Mr. Speaker, is that some of the legislation or some of the priority programs of the government of the day do not necessarily translate or do not necessarily or the parliament do not necessarily inform right away by the programs of the executive. In order to unify that, in order to harmonize that there's really indeed a harmonious working relationship between the legislature and the executive, which in fact the very essence of a parliamentary setup, we thought of providing a platform for a caucus where the executive branch of the government of the day, and the leaders and officers of the parliament sit down and decide how to support form of legislation, priority agenda of the government of the day, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I do not argue that point, Mr. Speaker. My only question is, kailangan iklaro natin na yung tatlong i-appoint ng Chief Minister na magre-represent dito sa caucus na to ay members of parliament ba na minister or minister lang siya na not necessarily member of parliament? Kasi we need to have that distinction. Yeah, certainly, kung sasabihin natin that obviously na MP siya, but it does not say so.
Yeah, so I think that can be tackled in the period of amendment.
Is the proponent amenable to amend this section, Mr. Speaker, coming the period of amendment?
Mr. Speaker, it's essentially an issue of trust. Since the Chief Minister is the head of the government of the day, we give him the leeway to choose which among
as long as they are
members
MPs
of the cabinet.
As long as they're
part of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. And we prefer, and I do agree with the gentleman from Sulu, but on the basis of putting forward an official or to at least to uphold the authority of the parliament.
Yeah, I think the gentleman from Tawi-Tawi would like that it would be spelled out in this law that the three senior leaders referred to here are members of the parliament.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I'm sure. Yes, we leave it silent because we also want the parliament to contemplate and provide us a more better way of ensuring that Section 2 will be carried once this resolution is adopted, Mr. Speaker. And so we are open, and I'm sure the principal author, the Deputy Majority Leader, is also open for amendments pertaining to this particular.
Any other question, MP
Yes, I
Mawali?
have a few. I will make it quick, Mr. Speaker. I just like to put this on record, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is this caucus, if passed, will automatically alter or amend some parts of our rules?
No, Mr. Speaker, it would, in fact, even improve, Mr. Speaker, the way we deal and approach legislation insofar as consolidating support of the Parliament is concerned.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, what I'm talking about here is, will it alter some provision with relative to the structure that are currently in the rules, practices, and procedures of the Bangsamoro Parliament?
No, it will not, Mr. Speaker. It will not preclude or it will not replace any of the rules that are already in the House rules, Mr. Speaker. Let's just put it this way. It will even further enhance and further improve our dealings with each other. Since although we are parliamentarians...
No, the question is, will it amend
no,
the
Mr. Speaker,
rules?
certainly not. Certainly not, Mr. Speaker.
So the answer is no, MP Mawalil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a few more questions, Mr. Speaker. Why does it need appropriation, Mr. Speaker?
I'm sorry?
Why does it need appropriation and how much?
Can you give me a few minutes, Mr. Speaker? I would just have to go through the resolution. Can you cite to me, Mr. Speaker, can I ask the good gentleman from Sulu to point exactly where in the resolution does it require allocation?
Mr. Speaker, may I bring the attention of the proponent to the last page, section 7, that talks about budget. The Speaker of the Parliament as the presiding officer may apportion such budget as may be necessary in carrying out the functions of the caucus.
Mr. Speaker, this is entirely the administrative discretion of the Speaker. When it comes to budget utilization, it is entirely also...
There is no appropriation here.
The budget, he was referring to the budget, Mr. Speaker, and let me quote, Mr. Speaker, this specific section under this resolution. Section 7, budget. The Speaker of the Parliament, as the presiding officer, may apportion such budget as may be necessary in carrying out the functions of the caucus. Mr. Speaker, this is also entirely part of the administrative supervision over the budget by the Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, but I understand that we have passed a budget for this fiscal year for the Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
Once the point here is he is asking whether there is an appropriation for this. There is no appropriation because the budget will be taken from the funding of the office of the Speaker.
It will be charged, Mr. Speaker, under the office of the Speaker. It does not require any additional appropriation.
It does not say that it will be charged against the office of the Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the language...
We just have like to be in particular with this because this concerns appropriation, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
I believe. Yes, I am.
We have to be reminded that we have appropriated a budget for this year. If ever we pass this resolution, there will be effects in the budget of the Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
Well, that would...
Saan po ba natin kukunin yung budget for this? Will it be drawn out from the MOEs of the MPs, from the Speaker's office? From what kind of funds, Mr. Speaker?
Now, it will be, Mr. Speaker, as stipulated in the budget, although it is not clearly detailed as to how do we charge these funds, this allocation.
I suggest...
It is, Mr. Speaker, it is the Speaker's office that necessary budgeting or appropriation may be incurred.
Mr. Speaker, as the Vice Chair of the Committee on Accounts, I suggest that we go into details on this because
the word here is apportion.
May or may. And
may
the language
apportion.
is may. It may apportion such
may
budget.
Apportion.
The Speaker may not apportion.
But he may.
Yes. So
he may.
He may. He can.
It can. It
Yeah,
can.
that's the point, Mr.
He can because that's the discretion of the Speaker.
The question is saan po natin kukunin kung how much just to be just to put on record, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, again, this is one of the areas where the principal author and the co-author seek the wisdom, collective wisdom. Of
May
the
we
Parliament.
hear from the gentleman from Lanao del Sur, the Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Tony Tago.
Yes,
Clarify.
yes. Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to answer, Mr. Speaker?
We will allow you to, you will not answer, but you will only clarify this.
Yes, I will clarify with your instruction, Mr. Speaker. The budget for that purpose is for the administrative and operational meetings of the caucus. So the caucus maybe can, if they create a secretariat for the purpose, they can provide budget for that, but subject to the discretion of the speaker, because the budget should be taken from the budget of the office of the speaker. I beg to disagree with the statement, Mr. Speaker, of the MP Mawalil from Tawi-Tawi, that there is a certain budget for the speaker and for the MPs. The budget is for the operational, the budget of the speaker is not individually for the speaker alone, but because that it is the budget of the institution. It can be channeled to any other purpose, Mr. Speaker. So that's the main logic for that provision, Mr. Speaker.
So why did you not spell it out in that provision? That
If the
office of the
if there is a problem in the provision, then an amendment is duly accepted, Mr. Speaker. There's no problem to amend, as long as the main context of the proposed resolution, the substance of the proposed resolution will not be changed. I am agreeable to any amendments, Mr. Speaker. That's all.
So I am copy pasting the reply of the good Deputy Majority Leader.
May I again ask another clarificatory question? Will this resolution be inoperable if there is no provision for budget?
It will not. It will not.
So even if we remove
the caucus will stand even if there is no budget. The budget was included in it for contingent purposes.
Yeah,
For
what we are saying is, if we remove this provision, this caucus can still operate because of the description of the speaker.
Definitely, it will operate. Definitely, Mr. Speaker.
So even if we remove this provision, this can be operationalized.
Yes, it can. Even if you remove the entire Section 7, it will operationalize the caucus. Because
Now,
the caucus does not depend on the budget.
Final clarificatory question. If this will be removed, saan kukuha ang budget para sa mga meetings and meetings ng caucus?
And on that matter, bala ng speaker. The speaker can make way because he is the presiding officer. The speaker can make way for that matter.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader, MP Mawalil, you can proceed. I hope you were clarified
Yes,
with the
Mr.
by
Speaker,
the
just
Majority Floor Leader.
just to be clear, I do not object the provision on that this mechanism needs budget. My point, Mr. Speaker, is that we have to be particular about budgeting. If we intend to appropriate certain portion of our budget, then we need to identify how much is the initial budget for this one, because alam niyo yung appropriation and yun yung problema natin, baka kailangan pala ng malaking halaga dito, and saan po kukunin kahit sa office ni speaker meron siyang pet, but these are program funds na program na ng activities niya eh. So yun po yung concern ko. Let us not burden the office of the speaker na maghanap pa ng kung magkano ba to. Let us once and for all finalize this. I'm still amenable na okay, hindi natin tanggalin yung portion na to provided that in detail po yung nakalagay na amount. Otherwise, I do not think that this should merit the adoption. That is my only. If we intend to fund this resolution, then so be it. Let's identify a starting fund for this.
Anyway, you can propose your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The proponent is the main proponent is willing even to remove that provision.
Mr. Speaker, we are amenable to the amendment, and we certainly understand the apprehension of the gentleman from Sulu, though his manifestation may sound chastisement, but we understand.
The lady from Tugayan is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Will one of the co-authors yield to some clarificatory question?
One question only, Mr. Speaker.
This question,
Certainly,
Mr.
Mr.
Speaker, yes.
Can we give you 3 questions only because we are now 5 o'clock? We still have other matters, other resolutions that need to
Thank you,
be.
Mr. Speaker. I will go straight to the point. Mr. Speaker, as I read the entire resolution, at first I was quite happy that we are creating this parliamentary leadership caucus. However, upon reading the details, namely section 2 and then section 3, the section 3 is very important. It would appear, Mr. Speaker, that it is already an amendment of our rules. And this amendment particularly pertains to the power that will be that is solely exercised by Committee on Rules that is composed of 29 members. It's under section 4, paragraph 1, article 17. This section 3 of proposed resolution number 444 directly affects our power in the Committee on Rules, as such that it amends portions of it, namely, in the section 4 of our parliamentary procedure, article 17, paragraph 1, and I read, the Committee on Rules shall have 29 members. It shall have jurisdiction. The word, Mr. Speaker, is jurisdiction on all matters affecting the parliamentary procedure and practices of the BTA. Mr. Speaker, Section 3 of proposed resolution 444 speaks of parliamentary procedure and practice. This power, Mr. Speaker, I submit, belongs to no other than the Committee on Rules. And it is the Committee on Rules, Mr. Speaker, who has the authority and jurisdiction to determine with finality whether or not it intends to amend the parliamentary procedures. The mere fact of filing this, Mr. Speaker, will not, to my mind, result into a parliamentary practice and procedure that is sanctioned by our Section 17, Paragraph 1, Section 4 of our rules. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this power that is being implemented and asked by the simple resolution is violative of our power under Section 4, Paragraph 1, Article 17 of the Committee on Rules that has sole jurisdiction to amend its procedure and practices. Our Resolution 444, Mr. Speaker, I submit, is an amendment, not merely on a form, but procedures and practices, because it goes into the very heart of this Parliament, meaning determination of priority legislative agenda.
1 minute suspension. Shum.
Mr. Speaker, may I respond partially to what the Honorable lady from Tugaya earlier stated as her observation, though there was no question in her manifestation. But I do agree that there are several different appreciation insofar as the rules is concerned. What we can assure that lady from Tugaya is that the leadership caucus do not have the voting power. It is merely a consensus building mechanism for the understanding of the parliament. But be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, we already agreed this representation and with the interpreters and the majority leader and with the wisdom of the presiding officer, since we have pending measures, resolutions that require immediate action by this parliament, we decided to defer, Mr. Speaker, the discussion on this subject matter. By the time, hopefully, the principal author, the deputy majority leader will also be present to convince the interpellators in supporting the eventual adoption of this resolution. And so I submit, Mr. Speaker.
We defer.
Mr.
Yeah,
Speaker,
gentleman from Land of the Sur is recognized.
manifestation as principal author, I agree with the department so that when it will be tackled in the next session, I am physically present to define the proposed resolution, and I ask my colleagues to approve the proposed resolution. So that's all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
With that motion, we now defer this. The consideration of the proposed resolution.
And calendar it in the next succeeding session.
Yes.
The
lady from Maguindanao is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have not yet yielded my floor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, in deference to the deferment, I agree. However, I will make a cautious manifestation and motion in this honorable body that we have rules and we are governed by rule of law. We have to check each and every actions that we make and check it if it's congruent with our rules, Mr. Speaker. As far as I'm concerned, the rules committee is still existing. And
yeah, the matter is already deferred. We now proceed with the next order of business.
It was already deferred.
Mr. Speaker, just a manifestation, Mr. Speaker.
Is that still a manifestation on the previous matter?
Mr. Speaker, that once we tackle this particular resolution, Mr. Speaker, the order of the interpellators shall remain.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretariat, please take note of the order of the interpellators.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may I proceed? We proceed, Mr. Speaker. I move, Mr. Speaker, to consolidate the discussion on proposed resolution number 384, proposed resolution number 407, and proposed resolution number 452, Mr. Speaker, 452, because it deals with the same subject matter entitled, Mr. Speaker, the Hijab Day, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to consolidate
three resolutions.
The three resolutions 455, 458, and 489.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I
move for the period of interpellation and debate.
The period of interpellation debate is now open.
Any members of the parliament who would like to interpret or for clarificatory question on Hijab Day resolution, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I believe that this has undergone a lengthy discussions prior to the passage of the prior to the filing of the additional resolution, Mr. Speaker, and therefore I move that the period of interpellation be closed, Mr. Speaker.
There is now a motion to terminate the period.
There is already an interpellator. You cannot stop the interpellation unless there is an interpellator. You can close the interpellation. That is the protocol. Mr.
You are-
Speaker. You ask
But is it-
first. If you ask first, if there is an interpellator, because you cannot close if there is an interpellator, and the sponsors, as a rule, cannot move for the closing of the interpellation, Mr. Speaker. It is the majority floor leader who will close the period of interpellation, Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
That is
Speaker,
the rule. As a rule, Mr. Speaker.
we are still
principal
listening to the
sponsor,
Deputy Majority Floor Leader.
cannot go for the closing of the interpellation and debate. He cannot control the proceedings. That's
Mr.
my
Speaker.
take on that, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker,
1 minute suspension. The Deputy Majority Floor Leader still has the floor. Session resumes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I understand a while ago, Mr. Speaker, that there are three consolidated resolutions. Mr. Speaker, may inquire if there are three consolidated resolutions regarding hijab.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I made a motion to consolidate the three resolutions, Mr. Speaker.
Supposing, Mr. Speaker, because as I read it, the resolution number 1 speaks of commending, and the other one is for support. What's the other resolutions? Resolution. Expecting the from the screen. Can it be posted to the screen?
Who among the proponents are defending this? Kanino naka address yung mga questions ni Majority Floor Leader, Deputy Majority Floor Leader Tago?
Yes.
May we respectfully recognize MP Bainon Caron on the importance of why this resolution should be approved by this August body, because I believe there is a reason for that, Mr. Speaker. MP Bainon Caron, as the chairman of the Bangsamoro Women Commission, could enlighten the August body for the approval of this particular resolution, Mr. Speaker. May we respectfully request MP Bainon Caron, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Bainon Caron is recognized. So can you repeat your question, MP Tago?
Yes, there are three proposed resolution which speak of hijab. The one is commending. The one is expressing gratitude, and deepest gratitude and support. The one is support, and there are several regarding hijab. So the one that was that is sponsored by Non-Caron is support. Is MP by Non-Caron the one that will answer my interpellation, because there are several authors.
Okay. So, Auzubillahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Speaker, Attorney Ann Pangalian Barindong, Deputy Speakers, Attorney Omar Yasser Sema, MP Hatimin Hassan, Attorney Nabil Tan, MP Johor Adjong, Majority Floor Leader, Attorney Nanang Ali Jr., Minority Floor Leader, Attorney Liza Alamia, Assistant Majority Floor Leaders, Attorney Raisa Jajuri, Attorney Paisalin Tago, Kadapi Mangundadato, Deputy Assistant Minority Floor Leaders, Attorney Swartz Ambruto, Attorney Nason Mitmog, and Engineer Bain Tan, Secretary General Professor Rabi Angkal, other honorable members of the Parliament. Good afternoon. Now, first of all, Mr. Speaker, this representation would like to express its gratitude to the Secretary General for assisting my office in the drafting of this proposed resolution, and to the Majority Floor Leader for including this proposed resolution in the agenda of today's session. Now, House Bill number 8249, entitled An Act Declaring the First Day of February of every year as National Hijab Day, and promoting an understanding of the Muslim tradition of wearing a hijab, authored by Representatives Mihilda Sangkupan, Yasser Alonto Banindong, Dato Ronin Sinswat Jr., Muhammad Kadi Dimapuro, Deogracias Victor B. Savignano, Abdullah D. Dimapuro, Godofredo Nguya, and Ansaruddin Abdul Malik Adjong, was filed on December 2020, and it was approved in the House of Representatives on January 2021 and transmitted to the Senate. Now, at the same time, Senate Bill number 2081, entitled An Act Declaring the First Day of February of every year as National Hijab Day, and promoting an understanding of the Muslim tradition of wearing hijab, authored by Senator Miguel Zubiri, was introduced to the Senate on March 2, 2021, and held the first reading on the next day. Together with House Bill number 8249, it was referred to the Senate Committee on Cultural Communities and Senate Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality. The Bangsamoro government, through the leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister Ahod B. Ibrahim, is implementing moral governance. Hence, it strongly promotes the proper wearing of hijab in the region. For 2 consecutive years since the establishment of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, the BARM was in solidarity with the celebration of the World Hijab Day every February 1st. If we have been supporting this worldwide observance, all the more that the Bangsamoro government fully supports a bill designating a National Hijab Day passed by our esteemed colleagues from the Senate and the House of Representatives. In careful consultation with the Muslim religious leaders from the Bangsamoro Darul Ifta, Mufti Abu Huraira Iudasan emphasized that the observance of Hijab Day is not a forbidden innovation in Islam or bid'ah. Its sole purpose is to remind the Muslim women that hijab is an obligation. Thus, it is permissible for Muslim countries or any authority to designate a day to celebrate the wearing of hijab, as it is just a matter of reminder. And it merely allows for the greater consciousness on the national scale as to what exactly the hijab means for Muslims, a way of life, sign of devotion, faith, and piety. And in light of the foregoing, approval of this proposed resolution is sought to, to this member of the parliament. But before closing, let me read to you our position paper, which we will deliver during the Senate bill deliberation on July 6, 2021. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh again. Allah, the most glorified, the Almighty, declared in the glorious Quran that, O you children of Adam, we have bestowed on you garment to cover yourselves, as well as to be an adornment to you. But the garment of righteousness, that is the best. Such are among the signs of Allah that they may remember. In another part of the glorious Quran, Allah, the most glorified, the Almighty, commanded the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, and say to the believing women that they should lower their gaze and guard their modesty, that they should not display their beauty and ornaments, except what must ordinarily appear thereof, that they should draw their veils over their bosoms and not display their beauty except to their husbands, their father's husband, their sons, their husband's sons, their brothers or their brothers' sons, or their sisters' sons, or their women or the servants whom their right hand possess, or make male servants free of physical needs, or small children who have no sense of shame of sex. And so, the Bangsamoro government, through the leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister Ahmad B. Ibrahim, is promoting moral governance through the Bangsamoro Women Commission, the principal women development agency in the BERMM, and the Bangsamoro government strongly promotes the proper wearing of hijab. For the 2 consecutive years since the establishment of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, the BARM was in solidarity with the celebration of the World Hijab Day every February 1st. If we have been supporting this worldwide observance, all the more that the Bangsamoro government fully supports a bill designating National Hijab Day passed by our esteemed colleagues from the Senate and the House of Representatives. The objective of the proposed bills is parallel with the goal of the Bangsamoro government in ensuring mutual respect and protection of each other's distinct beliefs, customs, and traditions. The filing of these bills signify the very intention of the authors to promote understanding and appreciation of the core values in Islam, among which is modesty, which had been more upheld in these modern times when violence and abuses against women are prevalent. We therefore commend the authors of these bills for taking the initiative, and we further express our appreciation to the Senate and the House of Congress for consulting the Bangsamoro government on the proposed bills, thereby giving us the opportunity to provide further enlightenment. This stance is a manifestation of a strengthened coordination between the national government and the Bangsamoro government. And in careful consultation with the Muslim religious leaders from the Bangsamoro Darul Ifta, Mufti Abu Huraira Iwadasan emphasized that the observance of Hijab Day is not a forbidden innovation in Islam or Bid'ah. Its sole purpose is to remind the Muslim women that hijab is an obligation. Thus, it is permissible for Muslim countries or any authority to designate a day to celebrate the wearing of hijab, as it is a matter of reminder. It merely allows for a greater consciousness on the national scale as to what exactly hijab means for Muslims, a way of life, sign of the devotion, faith, and piety. Now we believe, Mr. Speaker, that the National Hijab Day will be able to educate and raise awareness from among Filipinos on the wisdom and importance of wearing hijab, and ultimately end discrimination against any mutahajiba or a woman wearing hijab. So with the bills, we have these proposed revisions or amendments. This is in consultation with Darul Ifta. We have proposed revision on some of the wordings of the proposed bill. Wearing of hijab among Muslim females starts at the age of puberty. However, it has been a practice that girl children are highly encouraged to wear hijab even before the attainment of puberty. Hijab is an Arabic word which literally means covering, barrier, or screen. It refers to the thing that covers the body of a woman, and following this definition, the word hijabi cannot refer to a person but to the head or body cover. Head, mutajiba is the proper term for a woman wearing hijab. Hence, Section 3 of the proposed bills shall be read as follows. Section 3, definition of terms, as used in
May
this
I
act.
cut the lady from Maguindanao? You are now talking about the bill in Congress.
Yeah. Because I'm presenting the proposed stand of the Bangsamoro government. So let me finish first.
I think there was a different question raised by the gentleman from Lanao del Sur. The Deputy Majority Floor Leader, what was your question a while ago?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to emphasize that I am full support for the hijab, especially for women, Muslim women. As a matter of fact, I have a pending resolution that all Bangsamoro women employees should wear hijab. My question, Mr. Speaker, is since that my babu, because MP Bain Karon is my babu. Since my babu said a while ago that Darul Ifta has made a pronouncement that the bill is not bid'ah. So my concern, Mr. Speaker, is that first of all, if we make a law that make February 1 as a Hijab Day, baka ang isipin ng iba na nag-hijab lang tayo on the February 1. Baka isipin ng iba because hijab is an everyday affairs of Muslim women. Araw-araw nag-hijab ka. Pag hindi mo kasama makram mo, maski sa bahay ka, mag-hijab ka. So baka yun ang worry ko, Mr. Speaker. Baka yun ang maging patutungwan nun. Baka sabihin February 1 lang pwedeng mag-hijab, Mr. Speaker. Din may tanong ko kay MP Carol may babo, yung kasi the resolution expects of the gratitude, yung itong mga consolidated resolution and commendation to the both houses of Congress for the bill. Bill pa lang yan. Hindi pa ba naipapasa yan sa Kongreso, yung Hijab Day? Yun ang tanong ko. Hindi pa tapos.
Yes, in relation, the question is, baka daw yung February 1, doon lang mag-hijab ang mga babae. And in relation to that, can I raise a question also? Can you furnish the Secretariat a copy of the fatwa issued by the Darul Ifta? Because we cannot allege it merely. We are talking here of a fatwa. Therefore, there should be a written fatwa issued by the Darul Ifta.
Mr. Speaker, actually, kasama po namin ngayon yung representative ni Mufti ng Darul Ifta. Dalawang ustad since hindi po...
Dala-dala ho niya yung dala-dala niya yung fatwa.
Pero maghingi kami na makapagsalita.
Now we will have. It's not allowed. They are not allowed to speak. If they are there, they should bring the copy of the written fatwa of the Darul Ifta.
Darul Ifta.
Kung merong fatwa yan, then that can be used as evidence.
May I answer?
Yes, you may answer, MP Bayintan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Upon conferring to the staff of MP Baynon, there was no fatwa that was...
Therefore...
No, written fatwa that was released, but there was a public pronouncement from the Mufti during the celebration of the Hijab Day last year.
There is a fatwa. You're saying there is a fatwa.
There is a fatwa, but there's
therefore there should be a copy of the written fatwa. We cannot just allege it.
But it was a public pronouncement, Mr. Speaker.
I don't know if the Deputy Majority Floor Leader will allow that.
That is not a conclusive evidence. The conclusive evidence, Mr. Speaker, is the written assigned by the Darul Ifta, because pronouncement can be hearsay and by minsan with due respect, minsan yung nasasabi baka iba ang meaning. So kaya dapat may written para clear and categorical. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, kasi matagal pa kung hintayin pa natin ng fatwa. Tanong ko lang sa procedural kasi yun, tanong ko pangalawa, yan pa ba ay hindi na-approve sa ating Kongreso, yung Hijab Day?
Actually, hindi pa nga na-approve na sa committee level pa. And so with the bills sponsored by Senator Zubiri. So kaya nga mag-a-appeal sana ako for this honorable body to immediately approve this because kailangan namin dahil we were invited. We are being asked of our position on the Senate bill, House bill of the National Hijab Day on July 6 by the committee,
National Hijab Day. Ini
the
national
Senate Committee
international
on
lang ini.
Cultural Communities, joined with the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality. So, kaya
1 minute suspension. Attorney Tago. Attorney Tago.
Yes, present.
I think the majority floor leader and I is agreed that we will divide the House
Okay.
whether or not to approve this bill.
It is
It is resolution.
So, divide kagad ang House.
Pero,
Mr. Speaker, for the inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
let it be. We are talking here. We're trying to.
Mr. Speaker, why are we voting dividing the House and we haven't acted yet on anything that we are still in the period of interpretation?
We are consulting. We are consulting here. We are consulting. This is the only way that we can settle this matter. We are consulting with the leaders. So we will. George and I has agreed that we will settle this. We will finish the period of interpellation, then the amendments, and then we will submit this for the approval of the body. If there will be objections, we will divide the House.
Mm-hmm. Okay, understand, Mr. Speaker.
So, Majority Floor Leader, we continue with the period of interpellation.
If there is
Mr.
any
Speaker, before the continuation of the period of interpellation, Mr. Speaker, just a manifestation, Mr. Speaker, just for the record, Mr. Speaker, because earlier...
No, let me resume first the session. Session resumes.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize.
Yeah, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, just a manifestation, Mr. Speaker, and for the record, because earlier when I had a motion to approve this proposed resolution, MP Marcelin Tago had a sarcastic reaction. He even laughed and had some words against my motion, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, just for the record, Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time that one proponent of a particular legislative measure moved for the termination of the interpellation, Mr. Speaker. And that is because, Mr. Speaker, it is found in our rules, Mr. Speaker. When I say, Mr. Speaker, that my action is based on the rules, I want to cite Rule 22, Debates and Deliberation, Mr. Speaker, especially Section 6, Item B. Section 6, Mr. Speaker, talks about procedures in consideration of bills and resolutions, Mr. Speaker. The BTA shall adopt the following procedure in the consideration of bills and resolutions, Mr. Speaker. And Item B, Mr. Speaker, talks about the sponsor of the bill or author of the motion shall have the right to close the debate, Mr. Speaker. And that's where my action was founded, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to correct the sarcastic reaction of MP Tago, Mr. Speaker.
I think that rule clearly states.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, we will give you. We will give you the floor, majority
with
floor.
the word sarcastic, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the Parliament, we should be talking honorable here. We should not talk in proper language, Mr. Speaker. There is no sarcasm when I say that the sponsor should not close the debate. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you are talking about the law, so be it. But there is no sarcasm in my statement, Mr. Speaker. So we are honorable people here, Mr. Speaker. We should not use improper and parliamentary language. I beg to this body because we are all Muslim, Mr. Speaker.
I think that has been duly settled. We now continue with the period of interpellation, Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of debate and interpellation.
Meron pa. Mr. Speaker, meron pang interpellation.
Mr.
You still proceed with the interpellation, Deputy Majority Floor Leader?
Yes, we will proceed with the interpellation, Mr. Speaker. Because may clarification lang ako doon. Kasi ito, we are commending the both houses of Congress. Kaya nga ang tanong ko kanina kung na-approve ba sa Congress. Kasi why we are already commending na hindi pa na-approve sa Congress. So yun ang katanungan ko po, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer the question. Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, the lady from Tugaya is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, that's precisely the point of today's resolutions because on May 19, 2021, a letter was sent by Senator Amy Marcos to MP Bainon Caron asking her to attend their working group for the finality of the National Hijab Day, to which our good member of the parliament as well as chairwoman of the Bangsamoro Women Commission proposed some major revisions to the bill, National Hijab Day. So if we do not have any position on this matter, we are afraid, Mr. Chair, that Speaker, that our voice in the national government will not be heard. That is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, that MP Bainon Caron said that we are being asked by the senators on our position on both Senate bill and House bill on July 6. This resolution seeks the support of this parliament on the positive stand of the Bangsamoro government on the position of our good senators and congresswomen and men. That's the reason why, Mr. Speaker, we have already prepared, the Bangsamoro Women Commission has already prepared major or proposed revisions to the National Hijab Day law that is being prepared by the Senate. And we ask this honorable parliament to support us on this position, Mr. Chair, so that we can have a voice in the national government.
Mr. Speaker, if that will be the case as explained by my colleague, MP Danda Madlati, it is not for the support of the bill that was passed in Congress, both houses in Congress, Senate and the House of Representatives, but we should pass a resolution making some statement regarding the bill that was approved that was filed in both houses of Congress. Kasi kung ang wording kasi ng resolution is supporting the bill in Congress. So it means to say that we are supporting in totality the bill in Congress without any means of revision. So yun ang worry ko, Mr. Speaker. Instead, Mr. Speaker, we should pass a position paper through the Bangsamoro Women Commission regarding our regarding matters that we found out na it will be good for the bill.
So you are saying that there is no need for resolution, but the Bangsamoro Women Commission on their own can pass a position paper.
That's precisely true, Mr. Speaker. Kasi kung ipasa natin ang bill supporting the bill, hindi na tayo pwedeng magpasa doon ng recommendation sa Senate. Kasi sabi nila, you support our bills, you support the House of Congress bill, House of Representatives bill. So there's no need. So ang tingin ko dyan, it will be the Bangsamoro Women Commission that will pass recommendation to the committee hearing the bill. So that's my position, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I understand MP Attorney Tago about this matter. But to be clear, a while ago, MP Caron has already read the position paper of the Bangsamoro Women Commission as well as the revisions, the proposed revisions. So what in her mind and the wisdom of the good MP Caron, as well as my colleagues here, MP Baintan and yours truly, we would like to express our support to the ongoing passage of the National Hijab Law so that it will not be hampered and they will see that their sisters in the Bangsamoro are fully supportive of this positive measure against discrimination, against stereotyping of women, and against, Mr. Speaker, to promote greater understanding between religion. So if we do not support this, we might be perceived as pro inequality, pro discrimination, and not supportive of national government unity. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is not addressed to the Muslims. This is addressed to non-Muslims to promote greater understanding between two religions or other religions. So if we do not support this, we might be perceived otherwise. That's the reason, Mr. Speaker, we are asking this honorable parliament to support measures that promote greater understanding among religions. That is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, we pass these resolutions.
If that is the worry of the sponsor, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, I think there is a bill in Congress that was filed by our Muslim congressman regarding discrimination on Muslims. Yun na lang supportahan natin. Kasi yun malinaw, discrimination. Yang bill na yan, itong hijab bill, with your respect to my colleague, they are not talking about discrimination. They are talking about yung awareness on hijab, ang bill na yan, not on discrimination. May bill yata sa Congress. May bill yata sa Congress.
May I clarify? May I clarify? So the bill in Congress should have been entitled World Hijab Consciousness or Awareness Day, not World Hijab Day, because when you say World Hijab Day, it only states that the women should wear hijab on February 1.
That's right. Lack of wearing hijab. Lack of wearing hijab. That's right.
Sa fellow hijabi, you are not a hijabi. I am a hijabi. If you go out in the street of Metro Manila and experience discrimination, you would probably support this bill. Huh? Because we, as
bawal ho
women,
magpalakpak ha, bawal
Mr. Speaker,
magpalakpak.
I cannot understand why we do not support women who wear hijabi that experience discrimination, that experience typing, because you are not hijabi. For women who are hijabi, they experience daily discrimination. For example, Mr. Speaker, if I go down Metro Manila hailing a cab and wear my hijab,
1 minute suspension.
They would not, Mr. Speaker, let me ride the cab because I'm hijabi.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I emphasize and I appeal to my motion to close the period debate interpellation, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to close the period of interpellation and debate. It's been seconded. There being no objection, the same is hereby terminated.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendment.
There is now a motion to open the period of amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
The Deputy Majority Floor Leader is recognized.
Hindi pa, Mr. Speaker, hindi pa tapos yung interpellation, na-close na ang interpellation. I will not make amendments. Kaya may kine-clarify lang ako, Mr. Speaker. This is not an amendment. Bahala na kung mag-point of order. Mr. Speaker, yung sinasabi kanina na hijabi, lahat ng anak ko nag-hijab, mas close pang hijab. Lahat ng pamilya ko nag-hijab. I'm not anti-hijab. Kaya ngayon ako, ang hijab hindi lang February 1. Ang hijab hindi lang February 1. 24 hours a day, every day yan, hijab. Maski sa bahay, mag-hijab ka. Pag kasama mo hindi makram mo. Yun. Hindi yung February 1 lang ang hijab. Yan ang objection yan, Mr. Speaker. And that's my answer to my colleague, my favorite colleague from Tugaya, MP Nandam Latte. Lahat ng pamilya ko nag-hijab. Mas close ang hijab nila. Lahat ng mga anak ko, maski tingnan mo pa sa picture. So yun lang, Mr. Speaker. I have no amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Majority Floor Leader.
Speaker, may I
Yes,
I move for the close the period of amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of amendment.
There is now a motion to close the period of amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shall we proceed with the adoption, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move for adoption and approval of the consolidated.
I object, Mr. Speaker. I object on division of the House, Mr. Speaker, unless sa akin kasi that is hijab, it concerns the core of our religion, yung paghijab. It is the core of our religion. Pag walang written, ang darulipta wala palang written pronouncement, so that is my reservation, Mr. Speaker. That is my reservation. Ayaw ko
What are your grounds for your objection, MP Tago?
Walang written ang darulipta regarding yung pag-declare ng hijab day. Walang written. Patwa. Pwede darulipta.
There is a motion.
I will hear only from ulama. With your respect. I will hear only from the ulama kasi hindi ako ulama. I'm not an ulama. Ang ulama nakakalam dyan.
There is a motion to adopt the consolidated resolution.
And there is an objection, Mr. Speaker.
There is a second, but it was objected. We go to the division of the House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I move
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Who is that?
Mr. Speaker, may I move that before we divide the House, can we direct the SecGen to make a roll call again so that we can determine the quorum if we are still have a quorum at this point in time.
We will. There is a motion for the Secretary General to call for the roll call to determine the existence of quorum.
Mr. Speaker, may I appeal? May I appeal, because we have still pending resolutions. We need to approve and adopt this. May I appeal to the gentleman from Sulu that there are in fact ways on how to get votes from the Zoom and from the plenary, Mr. Speaker. If we do not, if possible, so that we can dispense with this issue because it has already caused emotional, So can we dispense this altogether and then no longer?
Mr. Speaker.
No longer.
With due respect to the Deputy Speaker.
Please, Mr. Speaker. With respect to the gentleman from Sulu, Mr. Speaker.
How can we conduct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, when there is a question of the existence of quorum, Mr. Speaker, the Secretary General shall call the roll.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
that was not
automatically.
stated. It was not stated specifically, Mr. Speaker. It was not stated specifically. That was merely a request. So if the gentleman from Sulu wants to terminate the session and we no longer have to adopt those resolutions pending, then
with due respect to
he has to cite that. He has to question the quorum, Mr. Speaker, and then we'll proceed with the.
I'm not questioning.
Mr. Speaker.
How can we conduct a business if you're not in quorum, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker.
I'm just
may I be
no. I'm not.
recognized?
One
Mr.
by
Speaker.
one po, one by one.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman who has called for the secretariat to determine to call for the roll call.
Mr. Speaker, I have been raising my hand to reconcile.
Yes, what is the what is your concern, P. Ali Sangki?
You know, I have been raising my hand considering that we are working as a body. Hindi lang isang tao, dalawang tao ang membro ng parliament. And as I was looking over this topic about this hijab, this was forwarded to this August body noong February pa. Then March, na-forward din. Labis na dumaan dito sa session. This is the last document that I saw about this hijab. Now, I understand the working of the Senate. I have been, with your courtesy sa pagmamayabang, there's a technical working group in the Senate. I noticed that the resolution pertains to a submission of document coming from this August body to be submitted to the Senate and the technical working group of Senator Subiri. I think the honorable proponent is only for the endorsement of this document to the Senate, for the Senate to guide whatever for so long a time looking into this document to make us better Muslim. And I would like to thank the proponent by the proponent nito na, let me see, because there are three regular session. Ito si Bay Caron. And what she is asking only is for this body now to endorse this resolution. This is not yet a law. This is just a manifestation of the desire of this parliament to be sent to the Senate, for the Senate to be guided of what are they going to enact there to become a nationwide policy of the national government. So, on the division of House, I think there's nothing wrong about it. All that we have to do now is to pass this and forward it to the Senate to be looked into by the technical working group. This is a very simple issue. We have to look forward because there are many things that we have to do. So we do not need to have.
We take note of the manifest
of the House. All that we need now is to listen to the very laudable explanation of the ladies in this August body.
We take note of the.
There are already 3 documents since February pa, and we have not looked into this in an in-depth manner. That's why I was asking a while ago, do we have a committee style?
Yes,
and you said,
MD Sangki, may I cut you there? The problem was that those resolutions.
We do not have a committee style to look into this. So, with due respect, Mr. Presiding Officer, my manifestation is to support.
We take note of your manifestation.
And there's no need to divide the House. We just approve this, forward to the Senate, for the Senate to be guided. And we can still work with the technical working group there if there are things that we wanted to be amended.
We take note of your manifestation.
Thank you very much.
The Secretary General is now directed to conduct a roll call vote without need of explanation.
Mr. Speaker, may I be recognized? Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr.
MP Manguda Dato.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before you direct the Secretariat to constitute the votation as what has been directed by MP Tago, can you please also recognize the stand of MP Jess Burahan questioning the quorum for this session, Mr. Speaker, considering that we have an issue of the matter. We are now
dividing the House to vote whether we are going to approve the measure or not. And that entails that we need to determine a quorum for that matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Secretary General is, have you determined the existence of quorum?
Director to the Secretary to return the... Mr. Speaker, I directed the staff of the Office of the Secretary General around this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, to check whether we are still in the quorum. Mr. Speaker, the result is that for the physical, we have 20, and for the Zoom, we have 30. So we have, for the physical, we have 26. And, no, physical is 20, Zoom is 26, we have 46.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to disagree, Mr. Speaker. I beg to disagree with the statement of the Secretary General, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the only way for us to convince participating via Zoom is for the Secretary General to call the attentions of all the members who are physically present, as well as the members who are participating in the Zoom, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may we request the Secretary General to call the roll to determine
the Secretary General is directed to roll
I support
to
the majority floor leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
to determine the existence of quorum.
We submit, Mr.
Abbas Akman. Abbas Haron. Abbas Zulkarnain. Abbas Basit Sari. Abu Mujib. Adiel Jaur Rahman Alonto.
Present.
Ahang Abdullah.
Present. Present.
Alamia Laisa. Alauddin Faiz. Ali Lanal Jr. Ali Ibrahim. Ali Lanal Jr.
Present.
Ali Edi Mapag.
Present.
Alil Cesar. Ambuluto Suarto.
Present.
Ampatuan Baitan. Anayatin Susana. Asmawil Muslima. Balindong Ali Pangalian. Barahani Gaminodin.
Present.
Basman Anna Tarhata. Basman Anna Tarhata. Bato Muhammad Zainuddin.
Present.
Burahan Abraham.
Present.
Gandao Bay Maleha.
Present.
Dandamon Latif Maysara.
Present.
Diamla Musa.
Dipatuan sa Prula. Ibrahim Ahod. Ismail Haji Abdulaziz. Gayak Abdullah. Gera Edward. Hasan Atibil. Hasan Atibil.
Present.
Hasim Abdullah. Iqbal Muager. Ismail Rasul. Jajuri Raisa.
Present.
Jakilan Muslimin.
Present.
Karon Bainon. Lidasan Mussolini.
Present.
Loong Don Mustafa. Lorena Jose Ribani. Makakaw Abdul Rauf. Makapaar Abdullah. Makaraya Jamel. Makasalong Marjani. Dato Kadafe.
Present.
Mantawil Malik. Mantawil Malik. Mastura Dato Tokaw. Mastura Siti Syara. Mawali Lamil Bahar. Mitimbang Dato Midpantaw. Mitmug Rasul.
Present.
Mujahid Abdul Muhmin.
Present.
Munoz Hussein. Munoz Hussein.
Present.
Oranon Soy.
Present.
Pakasa Mabayda. Pak Abdul Wahab. Pangandaman Nabila Margarita. Ramos Diamla. Ramos Diamila.
Present.
Rimbang Edrisa Nasir.
Sir, present.
Sakar Modayo. Salendab Said. Salih Al Said. Saliga Romeo. Salik Ali. Sangki Ali. Sani Punduma.
Present.
Satar Al-Zad.
Present.
Tema Omar Yasser. Sema Romeo. Sheikh Said. Silongan Aida. Sulaiman Ali.
Present.
Bago Paisalin.
Present.
Tan Nabil.
Present.
Uja Sahi. Ulama Melanio. Usman Asfar, Jacob Muhammad, UAK Narciso.
Session suspended for 1 minute. General, did you have a determination of the quorum already?
Mr. Speaker, upon the result of the roll call, Mr. Speaker, we have on the physical we have 19, and for the Zoom we have 24, a total of 43, Mr. Speaker.
So, Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. Speaker, we have a quorum, Mr. Speaker. We are 43, Mr. Speaker.
How
The
many
rules-
votes are needed for the measure to
simple
pass?
majority, Mr. Speaker.
So-
A simple majority, Mr. Speaker.
So, how many votes would be required?
22, Mr. Speaker.
What is now the pleasure of the Majority Floor
We
Leader?
proceed for the division of the House, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Stand vote by raise of hand. I move to division of the House by voting of raising their hands, Mr. Speaker.
So, no longer roll call vote.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
How about the Zoom?
Mr. Speaker, pwede ba na before the votation, division of the House, pwede akong magsalita on behalf of the Bangsamoro women?
Yes, you have the floor.
So, for a number of years, we're in the struggle. Na-experience po namin na mga Bangsamoro women, yung kung dadaan ka ng checkpoints, pababain ang lahat na naka-hijab. So kami yung nasasaktan, hindi kayong mga lalaki. Kung yan ang ano ninyo. Pagdating na naman sa paano kami makatulong sa ating mga brothers, mujahideen, dumadaan kami sa mga checkpoints. Ano ang mga dala-dala namin? Yun ay mga pang-support sa mga brother mujahideen. At inaano namin, sinasakripisyo namin ang buhay namin para lang makatulong. Ang mga anak namin, hindi namin alam kung paano yun na dahil wala sa puder namin. Inaalagaan sila ng aming mga magulang usually. Dahil sa takot namin na baka mag-operation ng military, may iwan namin yung aming mga anak. Dahil wanted kami. Sa ngayon ba, sa lahat ba ng mga sakripisyo namin, ito ba yung kapalit? Ito ba yung kabayaran? O ito ba yung presyo ng aming mga sakripisyo sa loob ng ilang taon? Ngayon ay ipapakita ninyo sa amin na wala kayong suporta. When in fact, kung ano ang aming intention ay para sa in support to the moral governance of the Bangsamoro government. Sino naka-experience sa inyo? Kayo mga bata pa kayo that time.
1 minute suspension, ha? Majority Floor Leader, does the lady from Maguindanao still have words to state? We now proceed to the voting, Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there will be two questions. Who was in favor of this, for the approval of this particular resolutions, and who are not in favor of this particular resolution? They just raise their hand, Mr. Speaker.
Those who are
Yes.
those who are in favor of this resolution, please raise your hands.
Mabuhay kayong mga babae. Yung hindi bubuto sa mga babae, hindi nila malang kanilang mga ina, ang kanilang mga anak na babae at mga kapatid nila, kanilang mga asawa.
Sultan Rimbang, do not disturb the voting.
Isang lang po. We are still counting on the Zoom.
Those who are not in favor, please raise your hands.
Walang camera. Walang camera. Oh. Oh, si Jess. Si Jess, mabilang ba yan? Nakataas masyado, Jess, yung kamay mo. Tatapat lang ang mukha. Yan, yan.
May we ask those in the Zoom to please raise your hands again to determine whether or not you vote against the bill, the resolution.
Impitago, yung kamay mo hindi nakikita.
De, tapos naman yung in favor. Those who are in the Zoom, those who are in favor, please raise your hands.
In favor, Mr. Speaker, in favor?
Yes, those who are in favor.
Run out na eh.
Kung wala na siya sa Zoom, hindi na siya counted. Asad? Those who are in the plenary, those who are not in favor, please raise your hands.
Wag na mag-ano, isa na lang. Makado na po.
Not in favor. Not in favor, in favor.
Not in favor yan, Nabil.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Not
Yes,
in favor.
in the Zoom.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Not in
Mr.
favor.
Speaker, based on our rules, the presiding chair cannot vote unless there's a tie.
I can still vote. I am only a presiding officer.
Mr. Speaker, that's based on our rule, and we are violating our rules.
I would like to exercise my vote.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to put in record that we are violating our rules.
You can count it or you not.
Mr. Speaker,
But I will exercise
I
my
put on
vote.
the record that the presiding chair is impartial.
I can still vote. Whether or not you count it, it's up
Mr.
to you.
Speaker, let me
Makavote
read to
ako.
you.
Hindi mo lang i-count, but I am expressing my vote here.
You are violating Section 12 of Rule 22.
I'm exercising my right to vote. Whether or not you count it or not, it's up to you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this will be a precedent case, Mr. Speaker. And I think as early as now, we should correct our own procedures, Mr. Speaker. If we cannot follow our own rules, then what will...
You can,
Exactly.
it will be up to you whether or not you count it or not. I'm
No,
expressing
Mr. Speaker.
my position on this.
Mr. Speaker, based on our rule, the presiding speaker, the presiding chair should not be impartial, Mr. Speaker. Should be no impartiality, Mr. Speaker.
In the Zoom, who are those who are not in favor, please raise your hands. Sa Zoom. In the plenary, those who abstain, please raise your hands. In the Zoom, those who abstain, please raise your hands. The Secretary General, do you have the results of the voting?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The result of the counting of voting for this particular measures is for yes votes, for physical on the plenary is 18 yes votes. For Zoom, we have 16 yes votes, a total of 34. For no votes, 0 for physical, and 4 no votes in the Zoom, with 3 abstains, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, yes votes have it.
With the results of the voting, 34 voting in favor, 4 not in favor, and 3 abstain, the measure is passed by this August body.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
yes, MP Majority Floor Leader, Deputy Majority
Yes,
Floor
may
Leader.
may I be allowed to explain my vote?
Yes, yes, Majority Floor Leader.
Only for 1 minute. To
Mr. Speaker, I object because a while ago we agreed that there will be no more explanation of votes. Mr. Speaker.
I did not. Was
Mr.
there a
Speaker,
motion there?
We heard that a while ago.
There was no.
With no explanation
There was
of
no
vote.
motion
You
for that.
said, Mr. Speaker, yourself.
on the roll po.
Order. Wala po
On the
akong
roll po,
sinabi na
sabi niya
ganyan.
yun.
Review niyo yung record.
Speaker, on record.
I-review niyo yung record.
They also heard it. We
I-review niyo yung
heard
record.
that we have to go to vote without explanation of vote.
Yes, sa roll call yun, nagsabi niya yun. Sa roll call kanina. Tingnan niyo yung records.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I motion to close ang butuan po. Sana po, sunodin po natin yung role na pinapakawalan natin sa plenary. Thank you po, Mr. Speaker. Napakagwapo mo eh. Ang galing mo.
What is the pleasure of the Majority Floor
We
Leader?
proceed, Mr. Speaker, to the next item on the order of business.
Wala bang explanation, Mr. Speaker? 1 minute lang.
We will give the floor to the Deputy Majority Floor Leader.
1 minute lang. 1 minute lang, Mr. Speaker.
Have 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, point of order.
The presiding chair is already impartial, Mr.
I
Speaker.
have already ruled on the
Presiding
matter.
chair is already impartial.
If you want to explain your vote also, I will give you the floor. What rule did I violate?
Mr. Speaker, according to
ceasefire.
Section 12,
1 minute suspension.
Section 12, Rule 22, Mr. Speaker.
Section 2. We are in the consideration of the next resolution is proposed resolution 454. Resolution urging the Bangsamoro government through the Minister of Health, BART, to coordinate with the different government ministries, offices, and agencies, as well as local government units, to purchase much needed cold storage facilities, including ultra low temperature freezer, in order to be able to avail of any and all brands of COVID-19 vaccines in proper. As agreed before, as early this session, the Deputy Minister may respond.
The
on
Deputy Minister for Health is recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. In response to the resolution, the purchase actually is underway. We are just awaiting. We are just awaiting for the delivery of the cold storage facilities. We procured one storage facility per province that can store 190,000 doses of vaccines, and that can store even those necessitating very cold temperatures. So we can procure Pfizer, we can procure AstraZeneca and put in there, Your Honor.
Majority Floor Leader. If there are any interpollators, they can now.
I move to open the period of interpolate, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. May we recall the principal author of this particular
The motion
resolution?
for there is a motion for
a period of interpellation debate.
to open the period of interpellation. Been seconded. Walang second. Been seconded. There being no objection, we proceed to period of interpellation.
Anong bill to? Anong bill na?
454, the cold storage.
Mr. Speaker, may I be recognized?
You are recognized.
Just for the purpose of understanding, the intent of the proposed resolution, as I manifested to be a co-author of this, can you please explain to us in the most simplest way, what do we intend to achieve through this resolution?
Mr. Speaker, may I be recognized?
Yeah, the gentleman from Cotabato City is recognized.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. To answer the query of our colleague, MP Baintan, I would like to raise 4 questions that we were able to get answered, that the MOH answered. No? Number 1, we asked the MOH how many vaccines and what vaccines that the Bangsamoro government received from the national government. According to the MOH, as of June 15, 2021, we received Sinovac, 81,200, AstraZeneca, 20,000, with a total of 101,200 doses of vaccines. Second question, approximately how many vaccines are left? Sinovac, first dose, 10,805, and second dose, 31,542. And remaining doses of AstraZeneca is 1,000. Third, first, 41,899, and second, 13,659. Our last question was, how many still need to be vaccinated? Based on our master release, according to age, the population, this said population, the total unvaccinated were 92,273 for the first dose, while the second dose is 28,240 due for the second dose. Mr. Speaker, the population of BARM is around 3 million. And in the past few weeks, I've met a lot of our friends from the US Embassy, Australian Embassy, Japanese Embassy. Most of the first world countries are donating vaccines. There's no need for us to purchase, as of now, vaccines for COVID. Unfortunately, based on our research as well, the facilities that we have in BARM and even in Cotabato City is very limited. These vaccines are placed in the vaccines that are intended for babies. No? Yung mga vaccinations for toddlers and newborn babies. So, in fact, the simplest answer to the question is we are not getting more vaccines because we do not have storage capability to accommodate negative 70 degrees to negative 80 degrees of vaccines. No? So, nasasayangan po tayo. Wala tayong, not like Davao, not like Zamboanga City, Sultan Kudarat Province. They all receive the vaccines from the national government because they have good facilities. Dito sa atin, magtapos na po yung year. We're now in June, entering July, and we have allotted 500 million pesos. Sana, yung pera na yon nagagastos na natin because we need to gain or achieve herd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further clarification, Mr. Speaker. If we say we don't have the cold storage facilities right now and we cannot get the other vaccines, did we factor in how much that it costs and how much resources in terms of manpower and in terms of technical capacities is needed in order to meet the requirements for the vaccines that needs this kind of facility, Mr. Speaker?
For this resolution, Mr. Speaker, we only call for urging the different line agencies as well, LGUs, because these storage facilities will be handled by the different LGUs. So at that level lang po. But with the good suggestion of our MP, Baintan, I think the Deputy Minister of MOH could better answer that question. Because given the fact, as a member of the Committee on Finance and Budget and Management, I know for a fact how many money do we have for addressing the pandemic.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it's very important for us to understand when we pass this resolution, what would be the implication to the LGUs in terms of their readiness and also with the line agencies? Because I know that vaccines are very sensitive, Mr. Speaker. And even you can procure the cold storage facilities without the proper or necessary technical capacity to manage it, Mr. Speaker, it will become useless, Mr. Speaker. My question is, are we ready? Even if we have money, are we ready to manage these cold storage facilities, Mr. Speaker?
The Deputy Minister for Health is recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our staff at the grounds, they are well trained to manage these vaccines. Actually, the vaccines that we have are just we just store it at -10. No? So for AstraZeneca, Pfizer will require a -70 degrees centigrade temperature, and that is the reason why that we are not allotted Pfizer vaccines from the central office. But once we establish this, we can now store the Pfizer vaccines that will be coming from the central office. Available naman po kasi sa central office yan. They will be giving us that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a follow-up clarification on that, because the resolution urged the Bangsamoro government through the Ministry of Health to coordinate with different government ministries' offices as well as LGUs. Now, I don't see the relation, Mr. Speaker, of the role of LGUs and the role of the ministries as far as this procurement or purchase of the or the facilities, freezers, cold storage facilities needed for the vaccines. Can you enlighten us, please, on what will be the role of LGUs? Because based on the explanation of the gentleman from Ministry of Health, he's talking about the capacity of the Ministry of Health and not with the capacity of the local government units and the ministries and offices.
Mr. Speaker, actually, it's the LGUs that has the BHERTECs, barangay health workers, and they are the ones who are responsible in informing our communities the importance of the vaccine and even in the rollout of the vaccination. So it's important also that we have them on board in this process, Mr. Speaker, so that as early as now, we have a synchronized mode of implementing the vaccination program for our region.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I know if you have a figure, how much does it cost one cold storage facility?
In our initial findings, this is different from the MOH. No? If we get the ultra cold storage from Germany, roughly the unit per se is around 20 million. Hindi pa po pesos. Hindi pa po kasama doon yung freight and transportation.
That means to say, Mr. Speaker, if we have 116 municipalities, 3 cities, 5 provinces, 2,590 barangays, which of these areas are our priority in terms of this purchase of cold storage facilities?
Again, it will depend on the recommendation of the MOH, because as of now, the process of the government is the people in the community has to register that they want to be vaccinated. And that's why in my next resolution, we would like to urge the local government agencies and the MOH to continue the proper information, education, and campaign of the vaccines. Because as of now, out of the 3 million population, we are merely less than 100,000. So until now, we cannot reach the herd immunity. That's what they say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will be my last question, Mr. Speaker. May I know if the national government, because I know that the overall in charge for the vaccination program is the national government. And in terms of allocation, we should have an equal allocation with the rest of the country's LGUs or regions for that matter, Mr. Speaker. And I understand that some of the cities and LGUs have already got their cold storage facilities. May I know from the good proponent and maybe from the Ministry of Health, is BARM not included in the allocation of cold storage facilities in order to accommodate this kind of vaccines?
Mr. Speaker, it's good that the lady from Maguindanao pointed this question, because last few weeks ago I met with, as I mentioned, those who are responsible for distributing Pfizer. The U.S. government plans to distribute 2.2 million Pfizer vaccines for the Philippines, and out of that they already distributed 200,000 only in Davao. And when I spoke to them, they said we cannot give to BARM because you don't have ultra cold storage or facilities. So what I did was I coordinated with DOH National, and where I was able to interview Undersecretary Abdullah Okang Dumama Jr. No? And that's where I get all these initial informations that I have. No? So he's worried, Dr. Dumama is worried that yung nga, tumataas po yung cases ng COVID even in the BARM or even in Mindanao. And with all these donations coming from different first world countries, it's very unfortunate na hindi tayo kasali. Sultan Kudarat province, as I mentioned, have already received that, Zamboanga, yung mga nearby. And bakit tayo dito sa BARM and our LGUs could not avail of those free vaccines?
One last follow-up. Mr. Speaker, may I know if we have resources, if we have money, can we immediately buy without the intervention of the national government?
I think we cannot buy vaccines, but the national government can help us. In fact, according to our Deputy Minister of MOH, MP Abbas, they already purchased 5 on process na. But I believe that these 5 ultra-cold facilities are not enough to roll out to all the different municipalities in the region.
Okay, but I still have one actually.
Sige po.
Is it not part of the vaccination program of the MOH? Because you presented to us a very comprehensive plan. Is it not part, because we know from the very beginning that there are sort of vaccines that need a negative cold storage facility. So is it not part of the BARM package plan for the vaccination program?
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you are recognized, Minister Abbas.
Okay, thank you. It is yung nga po yung sinabi natin, it is part of the plan that we will procure. That is the reason why we decided to procure the storage facility. That is a containerized van capable of operating 24/7 with the dual power supply. One from outlet and the other may generator siya just in case mayroong brownout, because alam naman natin yung mga provinces natin sometimes hindi maganda yung power supply, no, yung kuryente. So in cases of brownout, meron siyang backup generator, and that can store 190,000 doses. So for example, if Sinovac, for example, it can store 190,000 vials, which is more than enough, Mr. Speaker, for the province. And all of the provinces, inshallah, we will be giving one each. Yun po.
So, ibig sabihin, mayroon na tayong plano, but we lack resources.
Yes, actually, the container ban just cost around 4 to 5 million po per storage facility.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm confused now, Mr. Speaker. The good Deputy Minister is talking about the vehicle, and MP, the proponent, is talking about the negative decree cold storage facility. Is it one and the same?
Yes po. The containerized ban can store up to the negative 70 po.
And that is 4.5 million only.
Yes.
But according to the figure that was given earlier, it cost us 20 million.
That is another, baka another prototype naman po siya, and that will be, we are not aware of that, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may I be recognized, Mr. Speaker?
I will recognize the Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Suharto Ambuludto.
Thank you, Brother Presiding Officer. Some basic questions lang po. I think as earlier already with the indulgence of the Presiding Officer. Kanina po tinanong po yung last part ng statement ni MP by Ampatuan. He was quite confused na meron na palang parating, and yet meron po tayong resolution urging for the procurement. Ang question ko dito is that if the proponent will be kind enough to answer, do you think the 5 incoming facilities are inadequate to provide for the requirements of the vaccines that we need to roll out to our constituencies?
Speaker, the vaccine is released from the main storage, so ililipat mo siya doon sa container storage.
So my question, brother, is that basically the necessity, or kasi we already have 5 incoming procured by the Ministry of Health, and then we have here a resolution requiring or urging them to procure the same facilities. So are we implying that the 5 that have been procured by MOH are inadequate to respond to our needs?
Yes, Mr. So the vaccine from provinces either in Awang or in Oro, and in the island provinces it goes to Zamboanga. So may oras po yun, may days na kailangan natin i-factor cold storage facilities given how many barangays and how many municipalities we have. Mr. Speaker, I do believe it's not enough. As I mentioned a while ago, we have around 3 million population. 3 million Bangsamoro residing within the region.
So Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if the 5 cold storage facilities are inadequate, how many should we procure? If 5 is inadequate, so mga ilan po kaya dapat nung meron tayo?
The Minister of Health is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, the problem of storage is only particular to the Pfizer vaccines. We do not have a problem with the storage of AstraZeneca and Sinovac because these can be stored in the regular vaccine reps of the RHUs and BHS. If you will visit our RHUs and some of our BHS, you will see a blue refrigerator there. That would suffice for the storage of Sinovac and AstraZeneca. So for yung negative 70, that will be for Pfizer vaccine alone. Gaya na sinabi po natin, that is peculiar to Pfizer vaccine alone. So storage-wise, we did not have a problem even with the vaccines coming from the central office. Hindi po kami nagkaroon ng problema sa storage ng dalawang vaccines, the AZ and the Sinovac. But with Pfizer, which requires a negative 70 temperature, yun lang po yung magiging problem. So with the 5, I think with all due respect to the proponent, with the 5, I think it would be sufficient because yung ibang vaccines naman, pwede mong i-store doon sa RHUs and sa BHS. Yung sa province na lang po yung Pfizer. And that would be, I think, hindi mo na kailangan na masyadong marami because we are rolling out yung mga vaccination naman, hindi lang sa province. We have capacitated our district hospitals and our RHUs. We have bakuna centers now that we accredit para maging mapabilis pa natin yung rollout ng vaccination.
May I clarify?
So, Mr. Speaker, if
may I clarify from the Ministry of Health? You said a while ago that this is already ongoing, an ongoing process in the MOH.
Yes po.
So
delivery na lang po yung hinihintay namin.
So there is no more debate here.
Yes, that would come kasi po from abroad. That is not locally available.
So it has already been purchased.
Yes, it's already been purchased.
I think there is no more question here to be to be answered because it is already a matter that has already been procured by the MOH. Majority Floor Leader, we close the period of interpellation.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
Speaker, I be recognized, Mr. Speaker.
What is your concern, MP Mangudadato?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is in connection to the statement of the Deputy Minister of the MOH.
Yeah, before you, MP Mangudadato, before you fire away your question, we need to clarify that this matter is already an ongoing procurement in the Ministry of Health.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, precisely. That is
the
MOH, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you fire away.
Yes, he said a while ago that this measure were already consummated on the part of the MOH, considering that they already purchased those storage needed for the vaccines. Need for the Bangsamoro to purchase. My question, Mr. Speaker, considering that we already purchased the storage and based on the statement of one of our friends from the embassy, the source of the Pfizer vaccine, that the Pfizer company, they're only doing transaction with the national government. Ang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, ang MOH po ba is meron na po ba silang agreement with the DOH National? Are they allowing the Bangsamoro government to purchase the Pfizer brand of vaccine, Mr. Speaker?
If it is if the question is related to the clarificatory question, you can answer. MP.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Actually, for the purchase of vaccines, that is a agreement. So that will be within a country, and manufacturer, of course. But hindi po pinasukan nung agreement yung pag-purchase po nung cold storage facility. Wala po yan. Anybody can purchase that.
Nakamute ka.
Nakamute po.
Mr.
Nakamute
Speaker,
ka.
yeah, I do understand the answer of the good Deputy Minister of MOH. But considering, Mr. Speaker, we already allotted funds for the storage. Then what guarantees do we have on the part of the national government that they will allow the Bangsamoro government to have that brand of vaccines? Based on the statement that was relayed to me by the source of the vaccine, that they are only doing transactions with the national government, Mr. Speaker. Sa baka mamaya, hindi nila tayo i-allow. So, mauuwi naman sa masasayang lang po, Mr. Speaker, yung storage natin. So, my point then, Mr. Speaker, after doing so, considering that they already purchased the storage, might as well, Mr. Speaker, on the part of the MOH or anybody from this parliament should file also a resolution asking the national DOH to allow the Bangsamoro government to purchase that brand of vaccine so that, Mr. Speaker, kapaki-pakinabang yung storage na pinurchase ng Bangsamoro government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, clarification. I will answer that. The only reason na hindi tayo nabibigyan ng Pfizer vaccines is because wala tayong storage. Once na may storage na po tayo, we can request Pfizer vaccines because there are some patients who want Pfizer vaccines na gusto nila na yun talaga yung pan. And we can request that sa DOH Central Office. Pagdating po doon sa purchase, we can purchase anytime. We can purchase the vaccines through the mediation of the Department of Health.
So we will now cut period of interpolation here.
Just
what is that MP?
This is Mr. Speaker. This line of questioning.
Mr. Speaker. Mr.
1 minute suspension. 1 minute suspension.
Suspended pa?
Session is resumed. The minority floor leader is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Listening to the discussion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to recommend if the proponent of the resolution would yield. If you remember, Mr. Speaker, there was a bill that that was filed. I think it was the main author is MP Nabil Tan, with respect to the appropriation of additional 50 million pesos for the procurement of oxygen tanks. And when we interpolated, we also included in the discussion of the Committee of Health and the Committee on Budget and Finance the possible procurement of medicines such as remdesivir. Considering that based on the pronouncements of the good MP, Dr. Zulkarnain Abbas, that they have already procured the cold storage facilities for Pfizer for 70 or 73 degrees. And the nature of the resolution, while I totally agree with the intent of the resolution of the good MP Musli Dasan, considering that there is already a procurement being done, we're just waiting for the delivery, but the proponent of the resolution believes that this might not be enough, then the discussion would now pertain to appropriations for this, Mr. Speaker, because we already have appropriated an amount of, if I'm not mistaken, 350 million pesos or 500 million pesos for COVID-19. And this has already been programmed by the MOH for 2021. If we still need funds to appropriate, then I think the proper step is to refer this resolution and
To the
discuss
Committee on Finance.
discuss this together with the bill on the appropriations for additional 50 million pesos for the procurement of oxygen tanks to the Committee on Health, the combined Committee on Health and Committee on Finance, Budget Management, and Mr. Speaker, so that we will not prolong the discussion anymore. That is my recommendation, Mr. Speaker, if the proponent of this resolution would yield. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Would the proponent yield to the suggestion that we refer this to the Committee on Health and the Committee on Finance, Budget and Management?
Mr. Speaker, I think we can decide on this today. In fact, it's good that we were able to get the updates from MOH, from the Deputy Minister, their move or their programs with regard to vaccination. I am open to improving this resolution, and hopefully we could pass it today so that it can be beneficial as well to the MOH, that they can use it, because I believe the 500 million is not yet programmed. So it's almost half of the year, and we do need funding to support the ministry.
May we ask the Deputy Minister of Health to confirm the statement that the 500 million funding for COVID has not yet been programmed?
Mr. Speaker, it is not yet touched, no? So hindi pa siya nagagalaw. The 500 million is still there. As far as
the Minority Floor Leader, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a clarificatory question, because programming is different from touching or disbursing.
Yeah. I think it's programmed already.
Yes, I would like to be clarified. Is there already a program of work? When the budget was submitted in 2020 for the Parliament to approve for 500 million pesos for COVID-19 response, I'm sure there was a program, a specific detailed program on how the money would be utilized. So we would like to clarify if that 500 million pesos, is there a program, a list of things to procure, but right now we have not yet disbursed it, or is there no program at all? Because if there's no program at all, Mr. Speaker, that means we appropriated a budget without details, Mr. Speaker, which is actually not allowed following
Yes.
standards of budgeting and appropriation, Mr.
I
Speaker.
agree with the observation of the minority floor leader.
Yes, what I said, Mr. Speaker, is that it was untouched. It doesn't mean na wala siyang program. Meron po siyang program. But it's not untouched. The reason being is that when we tried to procure, when we tried to contact the Department of Health for procurement of vaccines, they assured us that the vaccines will be sufficient. The vaccines coming from the national government will be sufficient for the entire country. So they even suggested that you use that for other purposes. So yun yung reason kung hindi natin nagalaw yung 500 million.
May I join the minority floor leader in clarifying? Can we utilize that 500 million for other purposes?
For other COVID-related purposes, maybe yes, Mr. Speaker.
COVID-related purposes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if I may finish, just last.
Yes, you can proceed.
Considering that clarification from the Deputy Minister of MOH, then I withdraw my recommendation earlier for the proponent of this resolution to have this resolution referred to the Committee on Health and Committee on Finance, because this is no longer then an issue of appropriation. There are sufficient funds available, but it's just that we need to give some kind of an authority to the MOH to procure the additional cold storage facilities so that we'll be able to get the Pfizer, Moderna, which require very, very low temperature, the vaccines that require very low temperature, Mr. Speaker. So I withdraw that. And I support the resolution, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of debate and interpellation.
Second.
If I may. If we are so...
Is that still an interpellation? I think we have exhausted the
Mr.
matter
Speaker,
already.
I have an observation, but I will direct you to the amendments. Maybe amendments.
Yes, Mr.
I
Speaker.
avail of the amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There is now a motion to close the period of interpellation debate.
Second.
Been seconded. The same is hereby terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendment.
The period of
Amendment.
amendment is now open.
Speaker, I have a suggestion to perhaps improve the nomenclature and the wordings of the resolution under the second to the last. I'm sorry, the 1, 2, 6. The sixth whereas clause, Mr. Speaker. The word that was used there is the second line of this sixth whereas clause. The word that was used there is to realign a portion of the unutilized 500 allocation. Mr. Speaker, I remember last year when we adopted the BAA, the Bangsamoro Appropriations Act, we allocated 500 million for the purchase of vaccine. I believe this is part of the capital outlay.
Yes, can you go directly to the proposed amendment already?
Yes, I'm trying to lay down my premise, Mr. Speaker, for the understanding of the body. So the capital outlay, Mr. Speaker, cannot be realigned by the ministry. It is not a delegated power of the parliament. What they can realign is the MOE. The capital outlay cannot be realigned. So I would like to suggest, Mr. Speaker, instead of the word realign, we perhaps use the word utilize. So the final, if granted and if accepted by the proponent, this whereas particular whereas clause on the second line is should utilize a portion of the unutilized 500 million allocation. That is my proposal, Mr. Speaker, if accepted by the proponent and by the MOH. Thank you.
Can somebody in view of that proposed amendment, can somebody point to that provision in the GAA where it's where, as alleged by the deputy minister, that we can use that for COVID-related vaccine? Can somebody point to that specific provision in the GAA? I think if we are to approve or amend this, it should be related to that provision in the Bangsamoro Appropriations Act.
Yes, I believe, Mr. Speaker, may I respond to that? Just one. I believe, Mr. Speaker, the point of my contention, Mr. Speaker, is that we approved the BAA and the 500 million, I believe, is a capital outlay. It's not an MOE. So
Yeah,
if it's
my point is, as alleged by the minister, that we can use that 500 million for COVID-related purposes, not necessarily COVID vaccines.
I agree,
So
Mr.
we would
Speaker.
like to be clarified on that before we agree on this, because it might be that what is stated in the BAA is COVID vaccines and not COVID-related purposes.
Well, that is correct, Mr. Speaker. That's why I'm trying to at least make this resolution more attuned to the legal system that we adopt in the Parliament, that the capital outlay cannot be realigned by the ministry. It is a sole prerogative of the Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We agree on that. We agree.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
may I be
the
allowed-
lady from Maguindanao.
I have some proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker. On the title, Mr. Speaker, I propose that the resolution should be titled as Resolution Urging the Bangsamoro Government through the Ministry of Health BARM in close coordination with the local government units to purchase much needed cold storage facilities, including ultra-low temperature freezers, in order to avail of any and all brands of COVID-19 vaccines and for proper storage thereof. My contention, Mr. Speaker, is I don't see the point of coordinating with the different ministries and offices for this matter, Mr. Speaker. I think what we need to coordinate are the local government units, who is our partner in rolling out the vaccination program.
The proponent, what is your reaction to the proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I think when we drafted this resolution, we see the importance of the different ministries as well, because it's when we try to provide a platform or a program for vaccination, it includes not only the LGUs but even the MSSD, all other line agencies as well, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, that will put burden actually.
1 minute suspension.
Mr. Speaker, okay.
Suspended niya naman.
Session resumes.
Dapat hindi na natin i-touch ang
Mr.
500
Speaker.
million.
Sir, I accept, based on the wisdom that MP Baintan stated.
You accept the proposed amendment?
I accept the proposed amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I still have one. Corollary to the approval of this, the prayer flows should also change.
Yes.
But my second proposed amendment, this might be my proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, is on the last whereas, which starts actually on resources, the realignment of funds and touches on the budget which is not within the jurisdiction or which should not be covered by resolution. My proposal, Mr. Speaker, is to entirely delete the entire warehouse clause, because the resolved close there is the final close, which will not affect anything. If we include this particular whereas, Mr. Speaker, we have some problem with the budget law or the Appropriations Act, Mr. Speaker. So my proposal is to delete the entire whereas. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I accept the proposed amendment. And
So that there is no need to refer it to the
Yes.
Bangsamoro Appropriations Act.
No need.
Yes.
And the resolution would stand because the resolution just urges the Ministry of Health to consider the procurement of the cold storage facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of amendment.
There's a motion to close the period of interpellation.
Amendment.
Period of amendment.
Second.
The period of amendment is now terminated. Majority Floor
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, I move for the approval and adoption.
There's now a motion to approve the proposed resolution. This proposed resolution is now approved and adopted by the plenary.
Mr. Speaker, we proceed to the next proposed resolution number 445, the parliamentary status of this resolution. We are in the business of the day. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of debate and interpellation.
We now begin consideration of proposed resolution number 455. Those who are interested to interpellate, please raise your hand or go to the respective restrooms.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, MP Baintan of Condolence.
Mr. Speaker, I think the wisdom of this resolution is to promote and educate the public in order to increase the coverage of vaccination.
And
Right, Mr.
awareness.
Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, that's the part of the intent of this resolution.
He's saying that the Ministry of Health is not doing this. If we do not pass this resolution, the Ministry of Health will not do IEC.
Not necessarily, Mr. Speaker, but what we try to state here is, again, this is a multi-sectoral war on COVID. So it's really necessary for us to work together and educate our people. I think the MOH have already suffered in terms of handling the problem itself. So we are trying to put emphasis on the need to really inform and educate our people.
Mr. Speaker, when we say the MOH will coordinate among the different government ministries, offices, agencies, as well as local government units, what does exactly these words mean to us when we coordinate?
Well, it means, Mr. Speaker, that there has to be a joint effort considering the urgency of the problem that we are facing.
Mr. Speaker, if I put this into a real action, Mr. Speaker, what could be the possible role of a particular ministry in terms of educating? For example, the Ministry of Public Order and Safety. Is this part of their budget for this year? Because once you encourage them or task them to do this, it should be part of the work plan of the particular ministries and offices. Mr. Speaker, my concern is with the extension of the availability of 2020 funds that doubles the task of the ministries and offices, will it not add to the burden of the ministries and offices?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think so. No? Like, for example, MBHTE, they have so many teachers, students, no? Pay not necessarily involving huge amount of.
we can campaign or conduct information and education in various ways. No? In fact, if I'm not mistaken, this month is Earth Month, and the Ministry of the MENRE encourage us to post the Earth Day celebration. No? So the same thing. This resolution merely tells us that all line agencies should encourage our people to be vaccinated. In fact, here we need also the role of our religious leaders, both in Islam and other faith, to also campaign, to educate our people so that those fears, yung mga haka-haka, and all of those things would be properly addressed, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I believe with the wisdom of this resolution. However, when we put this into action, Mr. Speaker, that is my concern, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, my concern really is how do we measure, how do we say, and how do we fully see the effect of all these things, because this is a parang ano yan, yung whole of the government approach. But Mr. Speaker, if this is a policy of the Bangsamoro government, it will oblige all the ministries and offices. And once we translate this into policy, it requires, whether we like it or not, it will require resources. Be it time, be it financial, or be it human resources, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
So I think we should be very specific when we say we encourage or we coordinate. I think most strategic perhaps are those with influence offices like the Darul Ifta, because some of us do not believe on the vaccination, and maybe other agencies, religious. You're right in saying that we should tap the religious leaders. Maybe my suggestion, Mr. Speaker, is look at the strategic partners that we need to tap instead of bringing all together all our ministries and offices, obliging them to do the same instead of making it strategic with identifying strategic partners in the promotion of the vaccination program.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do believe the wisdom also of MP Baintan, considering her experience as a former RPDO, and in any way that you can help improve the resolution, I do accept.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's all.
Mr. Speaker, may I be?
Mr. Speaker. The Deputy Majority Floor Leader is recognized.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the indulgence of the principal author, in addition to his explanation, for me being the co-author of this measure, Mr. Speaker, the main intention of this measure is to strengthen the awareness program for the people, for the Bangsamoro people to be vaccinated. Because, Mr. Speaker, based on the problems that are being encountered, most specifically by the LGUs, in particular, Mr. Speaker, itong mga senior citizens natin, Mr. Speaker, sa Bangsamoro region, ayaw nila magpa-vaccine because their mind were distorted of the fake news, Mr. Speaker. So one of the intention of this measure is para ho magkatulungan ang MOH. Through MOH, ibababa po nila sa LGU down to the barangay level, for the barangay level and the municipal level to help campaign and the awareness program kung ano po ang naidudulot at kabutihan na karamihan ay dapat mabakunahan. At wag ho sila dapat matakot doon po sa mga peking lumalabas na gustong patayin or after 2 years ay mamamatay pag ikaw ay nabakunahan. So yun po ang isang intention po ng resolution na ito, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Tawi-Tawi is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I do support this measure, Mr. Speaker, but I'd like to raise some issue if the proponent will allow. Mr. Speaker, sino po ba yung central agency or body that is tasked for COVID response in the national level?
I think it's the under the office. It's in the back of my head. Mr. Speaker.
IATF.
Yeah, aside from the IATF, under kay Secretary Galvez, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ano po ba, may counterpart po ba tayo sa region?
Meron.
Yes, we have the regional IATF.
Member po ba ng regional IATF yung MOH?
Yes.
Yes.
We have Minister, yes.
So the reason why I'm raising this issue, Mr. Speaker, obviously this is an issue about communications, information, education stuff. So I'd like to know kung ano yung standard because we are not just dealing here of the messenger. Sabihin yung i-cascade natin yung messages about vaccination sa mga LGUs. But I'm more concerned of meron po bang strategic communications approach?
I think, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister could very well answer this question.
The Deputy Minister of Health is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regards to the question, if there is a strategic communication plan, we are being regularly updated from the central office, and we develop our own communications activities. We have many communications activities, including visuals, yung mga tarps natin nakikita nyo. We have radio stations. We have internet advertisements as well, sa social media, and we are regularly updating. Our Facebook page on the status of vaccination as well as the status of the COVID-19 in the region.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Speaker. So naturally, if there is a strategic communication plan, you have to implement it. And you cannot implement it without budget provision. May I know from the proponent, if how much is the budget, existing budget for communications strat plan and for the implementation, for the provision of the implementation of the communications strat plan relative to the vaccination or the COVID response? There is a strategic communication plan adopted by the MOH. How much is the budget for that? Because we have raised the issue earlier about budget. And my next question, in the 500 billion vaccine fund that we have allotted the Bangsamoro Parliament, kasama po ba doon yung provision for administrative cost ng communications? Siyempre, naturally, may ganun, di ba? So magkano po doon sa 500 million yung communications counterpart?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do believe these are very important questions being raised. But going back to the main intent of the resolution, as pointed out by my co-author, MP, Deputy Majority Floor Leader Mango Dadato, that we are focusing really on urging the LGUs and the line agencies to help campaign IEC. So we are going more on the details here. I think even the Deputy Minister of MOH could not give substantial answers.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. My other point is that if we want this to be a policy statement, I think we have to involve the Office of the Chief Minister. and also the Minister of Interior and Local Government. Just my opinion, Mr. Speaker. But I do would like to know the budget for these programs because it is crucial for a successful communications plan for the implementation of the earlier mentioned communications plan by the Minister of.
Mr. Speaker, the budget, yung sa 500 million po, it is purely for vaccination,
Purely for
vaccines,
vaccination.
procurement of vaccines. Wala pong nakasama ng communications plan doon. The communications plan that we are implementing is the budgeted communications plan that we have as a regular program of
From the National
Health Education Promotions Office of the MOH.
Yeah, that is my last question, but I would like to supply one last note, final note. Do you intend to incorporate for future discussion on the budget deliberation? Do you intend to integrate communications plan budget for 2022? Because we believe that COVID will still be around by that time.
Yes, actually, Mr. Speaker, we are planning to scale up the communications activities that we will be having for next year. No? We are planning on doing, like for example, the text blast, the ones being used by NDRMC whenever merong, for example, may mga natural calamities, text lahat, yung pwede namin gawin yon. And we are also exploring the possibility of doing TV ads as well. On top of the other modalities of communications that we are doing.
Thank you. One last request, Mr. Speaker. Can the good gentleman, the Deputy Minister, send this representation and other members of Parliament communication collaterals relative to the vaccination? If you have posters or guidelines that you think these members of Parliament can help in the cascading to the ground, we would gladly appreciate.
Yes, God willing, Mr. Speaker, we will be sending it to the section for dissemination to the members of Parliament. The folder that we will be sending is the source folder that we have. Yung source folder, nandoon na po lahat ng mga IEC materials that we are sending sa mga ating mga provinces.
Last question. In this communication plan that you are adopting, what is the role of the members of Parliament? Do you intend to utilize the offices of the as platform, or you have not thought of this yet?
We have not yet tackled it, but we will consider.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of
There's a motion to terminate the period of interpellation debate. Seconded, there being no objection, the period of interpellation debate is hereby terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendment.
The period of amendment is now open.
May we respectfully recognize MP Zulkarnain Abbas.
The Deputy Minister for Health is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose an amendment urging the Bangsamoro government through the Ministry of Health and the Bangsamoro Interagency Task Force on COVID-19. That would be, the two offices would be most appropriate for the coordination among the ministry's offices as well as LGUs.
I accept.
Okay, so Bangsamoro government through the Bangsamoro Interagency Task Force. Tanggalin na lang daw yung Ministry of Health. Okay. Through the Bangsamoro Interagency Task Force on COVID-19. Warren.
So,
Hindi na. Direct na. The Bangsamoro government will urge the LGUs to strengthen their campaign drive.
Please mute your videos.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I accept.
Do you accept the proposed amendment?
I accept the proposed amendment.
Majority Floor Leader. Are there any other proposed amendments? Are there any other proposed amendments?
Clarification, Mr. Speaker. When we say IATF, does this include all the ministries and offices, or majority at least of the ministries and offices?
I think so.
And that becomes the title redundant because the ministries and offices are still there. So my proposal, Mr. Speaker, is
For congruency of the statements, you have to agree.
Well, if it's the IATF is composed of the ministries and offices, you are urging the same. Yeah, I think we can remove the ministries and offices and instead we take the interagency task force.
What is
and retain the LGUs.
You should propose that as an amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Resolution urging the Bangsamoro government through the Bangsamoro Interagency Task Force on COVID-19 to coordinate closely with the local government units in a region-wide information, education, and communication campaign.
So you are deleting among the different
yes
government ministries,
and
offices, and agencies.
Because that becomes redundant, Mr. Speaker.
Please delete the phrase among the different.
Region-wide information, information, education, and communication campaign, IAC.
Secretariat, please delete the phrase among the different government agencies, government ministries, offices, and agencies, as well as.
Pwedeng information dissemination na diretso.
Please delete, Secretariat, please listen. Please delete the phrase among different government ministries, offices, and agencies, as well as.
Closely to.
And include the word to closely coordinate with. To coordinate closely with.
Yeah, delete mo na rin yung in. Yeah.
Okay.
What is the pleasure of the proponent?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that goes with the prayer close, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of amendment.
There is a motion to close the period of amendment.
Second.
Been seconded.
Mr. Speaker, I move
there being no objection, the same is hereby terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move to for the approval and adoption of this.
There is a motion.
Subject to style.
There is a motion to approve and adopt proposed resolution number 454?
455.
455,
Subject to style.
subject to style. Seconded. There being no objection.
Second.
Adopted. Majority Floor Leader.
Proceed to the last three resolutions of the same title and subject matter, Mr. Speaker. This is in relation to the demise of the former President Benito Aquino. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I move to consolidate these three resolutions.
There is a motion to consolidate the three remaining. What resolutions?
Resolution number
Second.
456. 458 and 459.
There is a motion to consolidate proposed resolutions 456, 458, and 459.
Second.
It's been seconded. There being no objection, the same is hereby consolidated.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Floor Leader.
Open the period of.
There is a motion to open the period of interpellation and debate.
To close the period of interpellation and debate.
There being no objection, the same is hereby open now. Those who intend to interpellate on the three consolidated resolutions, you can now raise your hands or submit your names.
None. All authors. All
I move
authors.
for the closure of interpellation.
Interpellation.
All authors.
I move, Mr. Speaker, for the to close the period.
There is a motion to terminate the period of interpellation and debate.
Second.
Been seconded. There being no objection, the same is hereby terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendment.
There is a motion to open the period of amendment.
Move to close, Mr. Speaker.
There being no objection, the same is hereby
Move to
approved.
close.
The same is hereby open.
Open. I move to close the period of amendment, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to terminate the period of amendment.
Second.
There being no objection, the same is hereby terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval of the three consolidated resolutions.
There is a motion for approval of the consolidated resolution subject to style.
Subject to style.
Second.
There being no objection, the same is hereby approved and adopted.
Mr. Speaker, there be no other agenda order.
I think 1 minute, Majority Floor Leader. The Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Paisali, has another matter.
Next time na. Omar.
Yes.
Omar. Ginagabi na, kawa pa si Maggio. Inaabutang gabi si Maggio eh. Next time na, yung other matters ko.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I give
There
way.
is a motion to adjourn
Other matters.
in the next session in
Hindi
July.
nakakawi. Si Maggio, hindi nakakawi.
Session is
Other
adjourned.
matters.
Bye-bye.
Wala na other matters.